Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. It's time for another monthly final of the Brawl Stars Championship. And of course, it's the month of June, so that's which one we're going to be doing this month around. My name's Tridd, and I'm joined by my lovable British friend, Ark.
Good morning, everybody. It's been a long month, but I cannot wait to see some really exciting games today. We're going to see last year's world champions compete today for the first time in the monthly finals, and that for me is a super exciting time. But so many amazing teams. We're going to be kicking things off with the Asia side of things today. Some new teams we have not seen. I can't wait, Tridd.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some stats so far. So we're looking at pick rates, win rates, and of course mirror matchups from the tournament so far across all of our brawlers. And it comes as no shock to me, Ark, that Gene is up there with the highest pick rate out of any brawler for our monthly finals.
Yeah, 42%. It's a pretty high pick rate, and the highest mirror rate as well, with 57 mirrors there. And look at the win percentage as well there for Daryl, right up there, 56.25%. And yeah, really high rates there.
And the win rate from Ems is unsurprising as well. We've seen that come up recently just because of the way that gadgets have been enabled and added an extra element of play to her. And it's enabled her to really compete up there with the other brawlers. Let's take a look at today's schedule. Ark, you already touched on how we're going to go through Asia first before getting to Europe. It's a single round robin competition, and after all matches are played, we'll then tally up the scores and dish out points and cash relating to how they have finished.
Yeah, we're going to be doing best of 3, best of 5 if you're new to these streams, and that allows teams to be able to kind of make some really amazing comebacks and kind of recollect. And we're going to be going through 5 game modes through the game, and you know, it gives teams that chance to kind of like adapt their strategies as they go. And we're also going to be seeing for the first time in competitive Gale being used or not being used if he's banned. In the case of the same brawler being banned, we'll only see one ban for both.
I think we're more likely going to end up seeing them banned. It's just the pattern we have across monthly finals, Ark, that, you know, we're getting a new brawler at this rate every single month. Thank you very much, Supercell. And it keeps getting banned out in the first month, so I expect to see more of the same. Speaking of which, PSG, they've been here pretty much every monthly final, and the roster is unchanging. It's Jordan, Kudies, Rely, and Scythe. But the newcomers, EZGame, we've got Illusion, Jubang, Imdong, and Ice P. Simon. So they're going to be having to contest against some of the strongest players we have in the Brawl Stars Championship circuit.
Yeah, EZGame have, well, maybe not got such an easy game of things today. We've seen PSG on a monthly basis here, very consistent with their approach, and I don't think they've missed a single monthly eventer, whereas EZGame are newer to our eyes, at least in this respect, and they'll have the advantage of having seen how PSG play, but maybe PSG haven't seen so much of how they play, and that could be an advantage even to EZGame.
Absolutely. I would caveat that by saying, though, Ark, is that what they lack in information, they will make up for in just raw experience. PSG have been here been in this situation so many times. This is completely new to EZGame. So while they may have been able to do their scouting, do their research on how PSG like to play, it can all mean nothing when they get to this stage if the nerves kick in, if the inability to adapt on the fly kick in. These are things you expect from newer teams at this stage. But EZGame hailing in from Korea, I'm not certain if they're going to be able to stand up to PSG at this time, but they can still put in a good performance and rack up some points to try and get themselves a spot at the World Finals at the end of the year.
Yeah, and gotta be honest, I love an underdog. I love it when something happens which is it comes as an unexpected occurrence. So bans are in, however, and we're going to be seeing Sprout ban for PSG and a max ban for EZGame. For me, I'm all about banning Sprout at the moment. He's very strong in the current meta.
Yeah, Sprout incredibly strong. Max, we've seen a lot of potency as well with a lot of compositions. That speed boost and the damage output is quite oppressive. So it does mean Gale isn't banned out, but where it's different from the other brawlers is Gale isn't quite as overtuned as we typically see new release brawlers being. So despite not being banned, I still don't know if we're going to see a lot of Gale being played today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether, you know, different metas across different regions take into effect. Maybe, you know, Gale's got a really high kind of win play rate out in Asia. We'll have to wait and see. But the first map today we're going to be going to is Backyard Bowl. For me, that's not actually a bad map for Gale. It's very open spaced, and it might cater to some of those abilities that he has.
Yeah, good thing that Sprout's banned out of this one as well, because Sprout was an absolute nightmare on Brawl Ball, so I bet they're glad about that one. Let's jump into our first match and kick off the Brawl Stars Championship for the month of June. And looking at the comps, we've got ourselves a nice little Penny, a Pam, and of course Brock for the side of PSG. On the side of EZGame, that's a B, Jean, and Pam combo.
Yeah, Rely has got a very, very good aim at long range. Went for the gadget jump. They didn't quite make the wall, but nonetheless, really nice pinch on that right-hand side. Will go down. But I do like these brawler comps. I think Pam here is a really, really solid choice. And Jean, as we've seen already, has got a very high success rate.
We're going to be seeing them move forward right now. So it's EZGame who have control of the map for the time being. And put the ball in the court of PSG. There's a kill coming in onto Rely. He's going to remove him, so it keeps the man advantage. But that turret from Penny is going to be fighting that volley damage. So it's like having 2.5 players up, even though you've lost one of your own.
Yeah, a really good brawler here is Penny for sure. Look at the placement of that turret being so strategically placed there, just putting a lot of down pressure. And that's going to allow PSG now to push up. Okay,
so looking at Imdon taking a lot of pressure on the right-hand side. He needs to get away on that Jean, but the ball's going to be shot through by CODEMAGIC. Couldn't get the respawns in time, so PSG will take the first goal.
One on the board then for PSG, and yeah, a bit of maybe early nerves from EZGame. We'll have to see, but I do think they got a good comp to be able to counter PSG here. If we can get some gene pools and some B heavy amplified shots placed upon PSG, we could see an equalizer here happening quite soon.
Okay, so ball's going to be passed down into the court by Imdong, who now suddenly gets taken out as well, so they're without a Jean. As PSG clap back, that's 2 members down. They're just relying on the Pam to stay alive, and Rely's cleared him out. Goes for force forward with the gadget, but doesn't quite get himself in position, so they will lose control. That's pretty much open goal territory for them there, Ark.
Yeah, it was tricky. It's always difficult when you're trying to attack, and Jean does still have gadgets, and that knockback can make such a big difference on defense, and especially with the super pull as well. PSG a little bit on the back foot now, but having taken down one member of EZGame, they should be able to hold this off. But I don't speak too soon. For the next
side angle by Illusion, though. He's just able to keep up that pressure, and they're able to dominate him. CODEMAGIC drops down the super to try and heal himself up. He's trying to contend, but he's not able to do so. He gets dropped out. JKO is going to get dropped and Rely can't quite manage to do it, but the match is over, so it does not matter. CODEMAGIC and the rest of PSG will take map number 1.
For me, to be honest, I feel like that final Jean pull was like the wrong member of PSG to pull. If that had been the player that was more to the left and pulled more through the center of that defensive box area, then that might have actually resulted in the goal that EZGame were looking for there.
Yes, it's unfortunate for them, but we're getting ready to jump into the second round of this one. So EZGame were able to put up a bit of a fight, not quite as dominant as we'd expect after PSG scored that first goal. So there is certainly signs of life in this team, and I expect them to be able to try and contest PSG before just falling over and falling into a 6 foot deep grave that PSG want to line out for them.
Exactly. Well, we've seen PSG actually got buried in a grave in previous months when we had Mortis make an appearance. But Brawl Ball for me is a game where things can turn around very quickly, and that could easily be the case. We're going to see Piper making an appearance for EZGame here, and definitely going with the long range approach. And we're going to actually see another Piper on the side of PSG here. Very interesting brawler changes.
Yeah, I want to try and keep each other at arm's length and get a tagging damage back and forth, but unfortunately that is going to be Imdon going down already. Illusion's going to follow, so it just means that we've got one more player left, and the full is going to be scored there. Rely getting an easy goal in onto the right-hand side.
Yeah, very patiently done, actually. I think Lorelai could have probably placed that in the goal a slight bit early, but they just didn't want to take any chances, and that's kind of PSG's approach, really, is they're cautious, but still very aggressive at the same time. It's a good balance that they're able to achieve on a monthly basis here.
Yeah, speaking of aggression, Pound went very aggressive there. Jubang going down, unfortunately. Just means that now CODEMAGIC is able to walk forward. Don't know what Imdong's doing on the backside there with the Jean. He's just staying behind enemy lines, but he's out of the fight and he can't defend this goal. He got zoned off perfectly, and that was an incredibly quick round for PSG, and they will walk away with the first map in its entirety. This is the dominance we were looking for, Ark.
Yeah, really strong performance out the gate from PSG. I think pretty much what we expected to see so far. So PSG, yeah, they will take the first set, but there's still plenty more to come. Like I say, it's a best of 5, best of 3 here. So we've got plenty of time for EZGame to make a bit of a comeback, and we're going to be going on to the next game mode.
Yeah, which is it's going to be gem grab. We're heading over to double swoosh as our second map, and that'll be coming on your screens in just over a minute. And we've seen double swoosh change up recently with, well, not recently, past 2 months, shall we say, with gadgets coming into play. What are we kind of seeing there right now, Ark?
I know, right? It's crazy. The gadgets, the introduction of gadgets seems like it was yesterday, but since we've seen gadgets come into play, we've seen a lot of Bo actually coming into the mix based on the his gadget being able to sort of generate your entire team's super if they are staying within that radius. So we do see a lot of Bo gadgets being placed, and brawlers will be sitting within that radius to generate their supers to basically go out with that in a more aggressive stance. We see a lot of Tara in that respect also on this map for that same reason. Being able to just kind of go straight towards your opponent's spawn with a super in hand definitely goes a long way here.
Yeah, it almost changes the gameplay up to be effectively done in waves rather than a continuous battle. Both teams go back, they huddle around the super totem, get their supers up. Okay, everyone's supers online. Cool, we good? We good? All right, cool, let's go. And let's go and attack them. And that's exactly what happens. It feels as though it does break up the play a lot more, but it does mean the engagements you take are more impactful on the overall game because they are less frequent.
Yeah, definitely, exactly that. And also Rosa being able to generate bushes means that you can kind of actually create like a bush wall going around, and that gives you an entire kind of like a semicircle almost to maneuver around, and you can easily creep behind your opponents with Rosa, and you know, with Sprout being banned and Max being banned, that's definitely a viable option for me as well on this map as well.
Yeah, creating a connector between the brushes is so powerful, purely because if once you enter the bush, you're an unknown quantity, and the only time you can actually get that information again is when they come out of the bush and change over to the other side. Well, if it's connected, the area they could be, the potential of where they could reappear is so much higher, and it makes it even more lethal. First gem going over to Imdong, and a kill onto CODEMAGIC as well. So first gem going the way of EZGame.
Yeah, and double gene gem carry as well. No surprises there, really, as we've already seen with the pick rates and success rates of that particular brawler. Pam's a very good lane here as well, actually, just to be able to lock down a wide spread. And as we see already, actually, EZGame making an easy start of this particular map and game mode. A bit of a different start here we're seeing, and some good choices that they're making now, giving them a 6-gem lead here.
So yeah, Imdong's going to keep on those gems with the gene. Nice attempt there with the rocket rain coming out from Illusion to try and clear some space. Another kill for Imdong. Jubang's able to keep up the pressure on the left-hand side as well, so they're just able to run away with this one. They want to kill CODEMAGIC, and they will get the final shot in to make that happen. Rocket Rain is keeping them locked in, and Rely can't get anywhere close to being effective on this Tara. There are 9 gems on Imdong, 1 on Illusion. 1 on Jubang. So they're going to have to move back and retreat. The timer has begun. 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a miss pull there from EZGame might cause them a little bit of problems on defense. They're going to go for the 1 gem. They might get the... They are going to...
Oh, they've done enough!
Yep, that is enough. Rely hasn't quite got super. Can't really do much more in this position, but nevertheless, PSG have reset the countdown, and now EZGame will have to get 1 more gem to get back onto that. A bit of pressure being applied super.
He's got the pull as well to Rely. Pulls him in perfectly and starts the timer again. You're going to get Illusion going down on the Brock here. No, he turns it around onto JKO with the super and the gadget as well. It just means that Jubang needs to keep Rely at bay over to the left-hand side. He'll do just that. 3 seconds remaining, and the first round of gem grab going the way of EZGame.
Gotta hand it to EZGame here, making a bit of a comeback, and they looked a lot more as a unit, as a team in that game mode as opposed to Brawl. Looks like they kind of maybe felt much more comfortable playing gem grab than we saw previously with Brawl.
And probably going to see some adaptations coming out from PSG because they just couldn't get a look in. As soon as they lost control of the mid, it meant EZGame could just do what they want, and no one was getting close enough to have any kind of impact on that one arc. So there was not much comeback potential once they lost control. I imagine something that PSG will switch with their comp for the next round.
Yeah, definitely something to consider there was the lack of supers I felt being generated by PSG, and definitely being able to extend your range in that respect is a good way to be able to do that. And yeah, be keen to see what their response is to this. They're gonna, have to change up something. They could actually go. I mean, I think Relay does like going with a Rosa every now and again to go the more aggressive, so we might see that as well. Kind of compensating range for just sheer tankiness,
Well, they're going to change it up. Their proximity is going to be changed by Relay going onto the Sandy instead. So once that super's down, they can close the gap with less strain. And EZGame, they won. They don't need to change things up. They're happy with the comps. They're going to roll out exactly the same.
I mean, yeah, for me, Ems here is pretty good. It didn't kind of work too well for PSG, but for me, Ems is a great pick for this map. I can see that kind of working if CODEMAGIC can get into a good spot and activate super and be able to pin down EZGame on those sides.
INTZ just missed out a Spirit Slap, not a Spirit Slap, a Magic Hand there, so he wasn't able to pull anyone in. And now that Sandstorm's on the ground for CODEMAGIC and the rest of the boys to take control of the mid. They had to do that now, Ark, because when they're playing against the Brock and you rely on getting close, when that super lands and the Rocket Rain starts destroying brush and territory, it becomes harder to get on your opponent. So gaining control now before that starts to happen was the best thing that PSG could do. And now they're keeping EZGame in their spawn.
Yeah, and this is why Ems, for me, is such a great brawler here, because look how CODEMAGIC is able to just hold back that push, and with his use of gadget, which he has one left, by the way, still to use, able to just keep that distance and just shredding through that power on the left-hand side there, and force back now, getting a bit of magic puffs. Oh, great pull there as well from PSG for the takedown, giving them 8 gems, 9 almost as well here. Really, really good turnaround here for PSG.
Great Rocket Rain there by Illusion to keep the rest of PSG back. Oh, nice pull, interrupted though. They're going to keep JKO alive with the gem carrier and even take out the gem carrier from the EZGame as well. It's going to be too easy for PSG to walk around here. CODEMAGIC trying to slow them all down with his super and get control of those gems. He's now fighting against the healing coming in from Jubang, who will get that frag. But it's JKO with 10 gems, 5 seconds remaining. No one's going to be able to stop him. EZGame are now going to fall short. We equalize, double swoosh.
Yeah, gotta say, I really like the play from Relay there as well, being very aware of that potential of the gene pool, shutting it down early to ensure that those gems stayed with PSG, who are going to be equalizing things out here. And it comes down to the next game as to who's going to take the set of gem grab now.
Yeah, going the distance already, so EZGame fighting back. Nice adaptations from PSG there. They took control early. They did not let it go. There was a great defensive play there coming in from EZGame. When they saw the pressure was being put on by PSG, Illusion went ahead and dropped the Rocket Rain defensively to create an area which just couldn't be passed by PSG to buy themselves some time. You then saw the follow-up Magic Hand coming in for the pull, but it wasn't able to go through completely because there's just too much damage on their gene. Imdong took too much damage, so he wasn't able to stay alive, lost the gems, and that's how the game was closed out. But there's still some great signs of defensive play coming in from EZGame.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see the differences between the regions here. I think that's something that is quite worthy to note. We're seeing so much of double gene gem carrier. Often in the EU side of things, we might see Bo and much more of Tara, actually, than we're seeing at the moment. But it's definitely working. We're going to see, actually, EZGame here go towards the Sandy option as well. They felt that, obviously, Relay was doing a good job at holding them back there. I'm going to stay with the Brock pick to try to use that range against CODEMAGIC there. I actually quite like these changes from EZGame, I'm not going to lie.
Well, hopefully we'll see them carry forth. JKO going to grab that second gem. So they're 2 apiece right now. CODEMAGIC not got his super. Having to dodge the incendiary coming out from Illusion, which is going to make things much more difficult for him to navigate. JKO going to walk straight into him, though. That point-blank range, you do not want to be there, Illusion. And JKO will take him out. Pressure relieved on the left-hand side, but they've not been able to convert it into gems just yet.
Look at the bush that's taking down that left-hand side there as well. That's going to actually allow EZGame to see much more PSG's movements going between those sides there. And I do like that ability from Brock to be able to break up that bush there as well. It just allows there to be much less maneuverability for a gene pool to be able to be made from a really good place of assassination.
It's like I was saying, it was trying to, if you create more checkpoints, you can see where the enemy is. If it's left ambiguous, they could be anywhere. Relay, taking a lot of damage, will go down. Imdong did attempt to go for a blind pull earlier and ended up wasting it. That could have been useful right now to secure it. JKO, he can't see his target, but he's going to blind fire it in. It's there for Jubang to go and collect on the Sandy.
Yeah, a bit of an opportunity there, I felt, with that gene pool for PSG to be able to suck in. EZGame didn't quite manage it, but still with one gem away from Countdown, a great position to find themselves in. This is definitely where EZGame are going to be looking to capitalize and get this turnaround, because they're going to need to do it. They haven't got much time to do it either.
Oh my god, Ibdon going incredibly low on the gene. He's got Paul available right now, but needs to heal up before he takes that close of an engagement. Attempted to go for it again. JKO going to dodge it out, but that's 10 gems for the side of PSG right now as they go into full retreat. We're looking towards Illusion to get some damage in, but Kudiace has dealt with him. It just leaves Jubang on the left-hand side with 7 gems. They're going to collapse and pincer him. They want to remove him altogether. Keep that pressure. Great pull by JKO. Will seal the deal, and PSG are going to take map number 2.
PSG, again, still holding their ground. A bit of a comeback we saw from EZGame. They weren't taking it too much lying down. However, it's now 2 sets in the favor of PSG, and we might not be going to another game mode besides the one that's coming next if PSG keep this kind of thing up.
Yeah, we're heading over to Siege next. Some assembly required, I believe, is our map for that particular game type. So you're right, Ark, the way things are going, we could see this be a 3-0 series in favor of PSG, and they get one step closer to claiming another victory at a monthly final. But there's some stats on that previous game right there. You can see the scoreline in terms of damage dealt very similar as the gems collected. So I think the stats are very representative of how that game was going. It was a lot closer than our first map on Brawl Brawl.
Yeah, definitely a different, more kind of collected EZGame, not so maybe nervous and kind of sporadic in their approach, but you know, not quite enough to make the distance, and that's the thing that we always see with PSG. We see much more an ability to come together and to kind of just always come out on top. But some assembly required is a bit...
right. Funny that.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a map where you have a chance to, you know, establish your authority. If you can kind of gain that ground of the center area and bank those bolts, then you kind of don't have to be so aggressive yourself. You can let a lot of the aggression come from the bot and just support that push.
Yeah, well, you know, typically what I'm expecting to see here is why Daryl has such a high win percentage. We're probably going to see some Daryl in this, I imagine. He's quite popular on Siege in particular, getting in, and exactly there, Imdon going over with the Daryl, I believe, on the side of EZGame. But blue side, PSG, they've got the Jackie, the Ems, and the Gene for this one to try and deal with the Daryl, Jackie, and the Barley coming out from Illusion.
Kind of surprised, gotta say, they haven't seen Jackie already making an appearance. One of the strongest brawlers in the meta, without a doubt. But I think it's very map dependent, and some assembly required is definitely a Jackie map. And watch out for the use of Gadget. You'll see a big speed boost when that is taken into effect. And if you don't see that coming and don't predict it, then Jackie can be in your face before you know it and taking you down very quickly.
Well, Siegebot's going to clear some space. I don't think it's going to get much damage on the Ike right now, but it will enable EZGame to take control of the middle of the map. Great defensive kiting there. No damage taken by the Ike, so great play there from PSG. It was a level 2 Siegebot. We will caveat it with that, but still, 0 damage. Great result for them. Yeah,
really solid defense. Worthy to note as well, as it has kind of taken players a bit by surprise almost, that you can now no longer use your invincibility upon spawn to tank some damage from the Siege bot. It won't actually target you there. So we're seeing a lot of change-ups, a lot of brawls which actually have more knockback and genes for pulling the bot away from the Ike. Different strategies now taking into effect in Siege, as the team didn't really want to reward players for kind of dying in that respect. It was kind of becoming a bit of a strategy almost to time your deaths, and level 6 coming in.
I mean, we saw that in the last month, definitely. In the last month finals, we've seen a lot of players timing that round. You can see it in play here. Jackie unable to get the aggro of the Ike until that invulnerability shield has gone away. So the Siege bot will drop down a tasty 28% off of EZGame. But they do have 7 bolts in the bag, Ark, so they can come back into this one because the economy is strong. Great ultimate coming in there to pull them together. The super going to be returned by Rely, who's still alive, 500 HP. They can't get the kill. Imdong getting away with 34 HP will surely go down here as PSG look to wrestle back control of the bolts.
They might even be able to tie this up at this point.
I think they will.
Why? But they can actually tie, maybe. Or... oh my goodness.
No,
so close. We're going to see a level 8 push now from EZGame coming in.
So the 28% difference they've already made could be big here. They just need to try and defend for that long, but the rest of EZGame are walking in. The Siegebot's still pretty healthy. The damage can come in. You're going to see Jackie move in with the super to try and get damage onto it. They've done enough. They've dropped it below 72%. So that means EZGame will take the first map.
Definitely what EZGame wanted straight off the bat there. It's going to allow them a bit of breathing space, not a lot, but enough. If PSG had taken that first round, it would have put a lot of pressure, and that will give them a little bit of comfort moving forwards.
Yeah, breathe, EZGame, breathe. You're creating a cushion for you to be able to stay alive in this series, and the first round will surely help with that. You got to win one more round and then a couple more maps before you walk away with the big W in your monthly finals debut.
It definitely felt like it was a question of range almost there, which is kind of going into EZGame's favor. Maybe they feel much more at home in kind of maps and circumstances that kind of allow for a more close quarters interaction, maybe. And that for me was a bit of a turning point, maybe. If they can kind of continue this composure and just kind of collect themselves, we might be able to see them get a set here, maybe.
Well, here's hoping. We're on to round number 2. Any changes coming in? Nope, PSG is staying exactly the same, but this time EZGame decided to bring out the Tick as a replacement.
Tick for me is actually a brawler which can be very, very obnoxious, actually. And I think for me, though, I think Barley would be my go-to here, as obviously Sprout we know is already a banned brawler here. But it could work out. It's very hard on defense. That's the thing with Tick.
The problem with Tick is also he's incredibly vulnerable as well. If you don't have him set up and you don't have the space created for him to move, it becomes very difficult. Jimdong going to go in and get absolutely decimated there. The Siege bot heading towards the Ike. Might get some early damage here from the level 2 Siege bot. They crack away at that one. 12% damage being dealt over. So great start, but it's more about the territory that PSG now control in the mid.
Yeah, definitely. Getting that mid control is almost more important, really, following those pushes. And that's something which now PSG are fighting to regain. And could actually survive. And look at the amount of value he's going to get as well, using surely the hype star power for Ems and able to survive under the circumstances, just continuously getting that health.
Well, head first going in from Illusion to hit Rely, not going to work out. Imdong going into the fray, absolutely dismantled by the damage. Multiple members of PSG turning on him. Level 7 Siege bot. This is an entirely different map to what we saw in the first round, and PSG are running away with this one as the Siege bot will move in. Now look at Rely. He's got his super available to draw these players in and get some damage off, but the Siege bot actually have a fantastic job of whittling down on his damage. Minimal impact to the Ike this time around, dropping it down by a total of 32%.
It's actually a really interesting strategy we're seeing from EZGame here. That Tick
being traded in the middle. That's going to be the barrel roll coming in from Daryl, as Imdong wants to stay alive at 136 HP. Can't go for the bolt just yet. Great use of the super to knock him out. Covered by JKO. Pulls him back in as well. That's why you don't play against Gene. You're in, you're out, and he does the hokey cokey straight to the grave.
PSG looking to take another solid round. Actually, I thought EZGame might have been able to make a comeback there, and it was interesting watching the Tick interaction, just trying to keep PSG back during the previous push, but I think PSG might have this one in the bag, and level 9 is not going to be an easy feat to defend.
Oh, absolutely not, considering you also need to rack up the damage yourself, because you haven't touched PSG's Ike yet. I don't know about them actually destroying the Ike Arc, but they're certainly not going to be losing this one. They get the damage in just in time, and PSG able to dismantle it, and they will clap back on Siege, meaning we'll go to round number 3.
Yeah, PSG now then going to be on match point as well, and yeah, now this is not where EZGame wants to find themselves at all. You know, they're now forced to perform without any kind of the breathing space that we discussed previously is now completely off the cards, Tridd.
Yes, absolutely. And so we'll be looking over to the final round of some assembly required. And what adaptations would you like to see here, Ark, from EZGame? I don't feel PSG needs to change anything. They're quite happy. But what about EZGame?
Get rid of Tick. Tick, I could see what the purpose of it was. It was to kind of fend off PSG during the push so that they could kind of like manage the bot more hands-on and not have that distraction. But it's so bad on defense. You can't really do much when it comes to defending against, you know, level 9 pushes like that.
JKO turning up on the Barley this time around, and that's exactly what they've gone back to. But it's the BB from Imdong this time around that's the big difference maker here, I think. Yeah,
I mean, BB here is going to be a really, really interesting brawler to watch play. I was surprised that we haven't seen BB making an appearance already today, especially on Siege. You know, having the home run star power gives you that additional speed when you've got the additional meter bar filled up there, and it's so great to cap those bolts, which is obviously what it's all about in order to get these pushes.
Yeah, gonna have a little difficulty going up against Jackie though. If they mistime the swing on that one, they're gonna get caught up in the super and the damage, and I think they're just gonna end up getting rolled and absolutely dismantled. So 15% left over on EZGame's Ike for the first round. So that's a level 2 siege bot trying to reclaim the mid, and a kill onto JKO will help them do that. And Imp
look at this pinch.
So they're able to get it all done and take control of the mid. And they've got control of the bolts as well. Surely they will get the second siege bot of the game.
My goodness me, Q found himself in an awkward spot there with all 3 of EZGame coming for him there. It's going to be a level 7 push then for EZGame, and I've got to say this comp for me is definitely turning the tides here. The Barley choice is definitely a good one here. Rely using his gadget there as well to try to slow the inevitable, but this is a pretty strong bot coming in now that PSG are going to have to defend.
Well, they're going to be able to press in against this one, and look at that, dropping it down by 15%, so it's absolutely tied at the moment, and no one can get that extra damage in onto the Ike, so the last siege will truly be wide open, and the lead is in favor of PSG at the moment.
Yeah, it's close, though. It's going to be said. I mean, we're looking at identical Ike turrets at 85%. The bolts are pretty evenly spread. This is going to come down to the wire here with 10 seconds. And like we said previously, it's match point for PSG.
It's even. This might be a no siege. This might have to be a tie, and so you can get that extra damage in. 7 bolts apiece. There's the 8th going in there for EZGame. They tie! It didn't connect in time, so there's no siege. They're just going to have to go for raw damage right now, and you can see them heading towards it. Bubble put out. Yeah. They've actually got the connection. No one from PSG has been able to touch the enemy Ike. They have to go in on a counter-attack right now. Rely is going to have to throw his body at it. There's no super available. Great knockback there from Imdong. Will stop them from getting in range. 77%, 4% in it, and there's no extra damage. EZGame will secure siege.
My goodness me, though, it was close. It was incredibly close at the end of that game. BB, for me, came in a bit clutch, being able to use the knockback there to push back the Jackie, which would have tanked a lot of those Ike hits to get to the safe to make that damage. But, EZGame survived then by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, they pushed the scoreline from 2-0 to 2-1, so they're not going to be an absolute clean sweep in our first game arc. That's a good sign of life. Map number 4 will be coming on the screen shortly, but let's take a look at the stats. EZGame clutching it out again with just a short 30k damage difference. The kills are exactly the same, but PSG, they collected more bolts. They just weren't able to close it out. That's the surprising stat for me.
Yeah, absolutely, really well spotted there. 47 bolts compared to 31 is a pretty substantial difference there.
Only 20 bolts.
Yeah, I know.
Difference.
Yeah, it just goes to show, right, that EZGame kind of had their defenses down, and one thing I've got to say and give to EZGame and give them credit for is that they have shown progression. They've kind of started a little bit slow, but they are kind of continuously going in the right direction. And at 2-1 now in sets, I like the way this is heading for them. Let's see what happens in Heist. Maybe Heist is a game which they've practiced a lot. And we do see a lot of more unpredictability in Heist. So this could be a good game mode for them.
Yeah, a lot of the Heist compositions we see involve escorting, effectively, a high damage dealing brawler down the field. Something like a Barley, not always, that someone who isn't the best at brawling in a 1v1 or in a skirmish with other brawlers, but once they get into range and they're able to get a connection with the safe, they become very deadly, and so they need quite a beefy escort to get them down the field. We've also seen some bows just to increase with the super totem to make sure that people have the supers available more often to get that extra damage output. So I'd be interested to see the strategy they want to take with this one.
Yeah, for me, I really love having a Rico lane or a Rico mid. I don't know whether we're going to see it, but that's my personal preference here. I think that, with Sprout being off the cards, not having that brawler is going to make quite a big difference here. So whether we have a kind of Barley pick or...
Rico!
Yeah, Barley. Yeah, nice. I love to see Rico lane.
Rico, Mr. P, and Barley coming out for EZGame. That's an interesting decision. No one can really take territory outside of damage. It's not really like the mass you expect to get some space. You could already see them struggling on the left-hand side. Mr. P dropping down early. We'll get the porters online to try and help with that fact. But there's a lot of damage potential here from EZGame. If they can clear out PSG and get onto the safe, it's not going to last very long.
Well, this is the thing, and Rely going back to his staple diet of Brock and being able to take down some of those bushes as well, combined with the Daryl. I really like this pick, and already some good damage going down from PSG. And look at the Incinerary star powers there as well from Rely, making short work of Mr. P. I really like this from PSG, actually, I've got to say.
Yeah, that all happened because they were able to get some great chip damage into an easy game. Then JKO goes in exactly like he's doing now to try and finish them off. Didn't have the support of his team that time around, so will have it swung back around him by Jubang, who's able to take him out. But now Relai's got an angle on the safe, so we'll start dealing away. Meanwhile, while that was going on, we had Illusion come in and get a Barley last call onto PSG's safe to try and equalize some of this damage.
Right, getting taken down by a Mr. P Porter. Oh, that's gonna feel bad. Great roll, though, on that left-hand side there by Jordan as well. Getting the takedown nicely done there, and continuous pressure, continuously mounting then on the EZGame. What a great BB bubble by CODEMAGIC. That angle there getting some great value as well, and very difficult to defend here from EZGame. Very much under pressure now.
All right, so we're seeing Jubang go in for the safe, try and get some damage. It's CODEMAGIC on their point-blank range, hitting the back. Relai also has the range damage as well. JKO going to commit to this one. This is the fight that they want. PSG clear out that safe and take a round lead on Heist.
A great comp and a great approach to this map from PSG, and now, EZGame have got to look at this situation and see what they've got to deal with. PSG, like I said before, previously today, can be incredibly aggressive, and in game modes like Heist, it makes it very difficult when they've got their eye on that prize to do much about it. They're going to have to change up the comp. They're going to have to change up something, because we're now back to match point.
Yeah, well, once you hit match point, Ark, it's very easy to get back into match point, even if you win, because you're always one round away from it taking its icy grip a hold of you. So PSG Esports just need to finish up the next round. Heist appears to be the most dominant game mode we've seen from them so far, rivaling Brawl Ball back over in our first map. So I'm starting to feel a little bit worried for EZGame. Might be looking towards what they can do against B-boy in the next match.
Potentially, but like I said before, I love an underdog, and this is a great opportunity to see that take full effect. If we get a bit of a sweep going on here, then it's going to make what could be another game mode to come really, really exciting to watch.
Let's have a look at the comps then. So PSG not changing up, sticking to their guns. Going to have Illusion moving over to the Brock this time rather than the Mr. P, and also a Daryl coming out as well. So a little bit beefier on the side of EZGame. They're already struggling to get some kills. That's going to be Jubang taking out JKO. It means that we just got Imdong to try and defend, along with Illusion, who's now respawning as well. So early damage from the BB bubble will find 80% worth of damage. It does open it up the territory for EZGame to start going on the offensive.
Gotta say, though, I'm kind of surprised that we didn't see a bit of a switch up and go towards the BB option from EZGame here. It shows that you can get so much damage and so much value from having that super, but they are going to go nonetheless with a bit of a push here. Getting a little bit of damage, but still, again, trailing behind PSG, who are just able to put so much more damage. We're going to see a lot of... Relai was actually putting a lot down there on the EZGame safe, and we kind of missed that, but the Incinerary star power as well, getting additional value there, and PSG looking very strong. More damage from CODEMAGIC from that BB bubble as well.
Okay, wow. Here's the pushing coming in from Jubang. He's going to be able to get on to the point and deal a lot of damage there. Illusion. Rocket jumps forward but won't find the connection. He has given the advantage in favor of EZGame, but now look at the counterattack coming in from PSG. Tanks up as much of the damage as he can. The Incendiary is still residing beneath the safe, dealing extra chip damage. JKO could go in here with the barrel roll, try and do it. He gets taken out! He's unable to get a connection. The damage still comes in though. The rocket rain lands even after death. And PSG will take our first match of the Asia group.
Wow, the back and forth towards the end that I did wonder whether EZGame were going to make that push. It wasn't quite enough. PSG on the return were able to secure our first match of today. But we are not going to see the end of EZGame. They will be playing again later today. But a dominant performance so far from PSG, and definitely the one to watch moving forwards.
So, as expected, the Kings of Asia continue to dominate, and we're looking to expect more of them. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ark, we're in a position with PSG where their performance this month could lock them in as just guaranteed for being at the monthly finals. I think there's a couple of teams who can actually do that this month based on consistency. I'm looking towards PSG, but also I think CODEMAGIC Purple as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Both doing very, very well in the leaderboards, and we're definitely getting towards that crossover point of knowing who is going to be actually guaranteed a spot in our absolutely, overall grand final.
Yeah, the event horizon, so to speak. But let's take a look and go over to Falcone, who's going to go ahead and look at the series so far.
What a first match of the weekend that was. PSG did take it down. I don't think that's a huge surprise for anyone, but some of those games were incredibly tight. And that final game of Siege is one of my personal favorite competitive games that I've ever watched. But you know what time it is. If you've been watching the last few monthly finals, it is time for me to announce the MVP of the game, and this time it is going to go to JKO, or Jordan as he is better known, who honestly was picked largely because of how insane those pulls were as Gene. Through the first few sets, he was tearing through the other team, constantly getting that damage in, managing to use Gene's regular shot just to get those little chips of damage in, preventing the enemies from healing up. In the second game of Siege, it was the way he chased down, this is it, the way he chased down the Daryl and managed to get those little bits of damage in until eventually that pull was ready to take him down. He did then switch to Barley and then to Daryl for the last few sets and games, but honestly, Jordan's performance was pinnacle in their victory. So congratulations to PSG and Jordan one more time. Let's take a look at how this first match has affected the bracket for this weekend. PSG, they're sitting on top with their 3-1 set score, a 1-0 match score. EZGame are going to have some work to do here. We have seen last week it is possible for all three teams in a group to end on 1-1 and for it to come down to tiebreakers, but EZGame are going to have to do some serious work if they want a shot at winning this month for this region. But they do have another match to play. We're going to move forward to the next match. It's going to be B-boy versus EZGame. These are two teams that we haven't seen before this monthly finals. B-boy made up of Mameshi, Kenji, Achapi, and Sight I, up against EZGame once more, Illusion, Jibang, I'm Dong, and Ice Simon, or Simon. So let's talk about these teams. For amongst the first time in the Brawl Stars monthly finals, we've got B-boy. Mameshi says his role on the team is sub-member Sadface. Hopefully we'll see him do some good work this week and he'll feel a little bit better about that. He claims his teammate Sight I is #1 in the world. Both Mameshi and Akapi have esports experience playing Clash Royale. If Akapi wins the money, he says the first thing he'll do with it is save it. His teammate Kenji says the first thing he'll do with it is buy an aeroplane. Two very different plans. I think an aeroplane's pretty expensive. How much prize money are they planning on winning? Let's take a look at the other team though. We've got EZGame, who we did just see lose to PSG. Now they're going to be looking at making a comeback. Now, Jabang's teammates say that if they win the prize money, they're going to do things like pay for school expenses and pay parents. Jabang says that he's going to use the money to buy a building. I think he means a house, but maybe we will find out if they are successful in this month's monthly finals and if they can get to those global finals later this year. But that's enough for me. It's time for the next match. Let's see it.
Thank you very much, Falcone. I've had a quick substitution. I've swapped out Ark for my American friend Woody, who's joining us in the early hours of the morning. What an absolute trooper, by the way.
Thank you so much, Tridd. Yeah, you know, it's pretty early here, but I am pumped and ready for Brawl Stars. I've got coffee flowing through my veins, and these guys have been putting on such an amazing performance that the adrenaline is at a max level. We are about to get into match number 2 today, and boy, is it going to be a good one. We don't have PSG returning, but we are instead going to have B-boy and EZGame. They are both neck and neck right now in the global leaderboard rankings at 60 points and 50 points. So this game is really important for both of their long-term careers, determining which one's going to pull ahead overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the quick bans, Woody. We're seeing a Gale ban come in. So we didn't see him in the first match, despite not being banned, but now we definitely won't see him. And Ems being banned out for EZGame this time around as well. And we saw how powerful Ems was towards the latest stage of that previous series. There's your map set for this time around. Hard Rock Mine. Gem Grab is our first stop.
Yeah, we sure did see the power of INTZ last time around. She is one of the most picked and highest win rate brawlers, especially for these really skilled players up at the top. Unfortunately, Gale, our first chromatic brawler, is going to be kicked out of competition, but keep an eye out for him later on as the bans will cycle during the course of these matches. Match 2 is going to be starting off very shortly between B-boy and EZGame. Let us know in the chat who you're rooting for. We're going to start it back at a 0-0 clean slate, but one team typically starts to pull ahead after the second set, I'd say. You usually start to see the momentum swing in one way or the other, even if it's a tied up set score. Tridd, I feel like the energy really starts to coalesce. You get that momentum building early on, and it's pretty rare to see a reverse sweep after the first couple of sets are finished up.
Yeah, it rarely happens. Typically the distance going sets we do have, Woody, are ones that are I win a map, you win a map, I win a map. Like, I've not seen anyone really come in with a complete reverse sweep from the brink of match point. But we may be getting ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at how the series is going to play out as we go over to map number 1. And it is Hard Rock Mine Gem Grab.
We're going to get Sandy on both teams. They're playing opposite sides of the map so far. That's going to provide a lot of long-range splash damage, being able to try to grab damage on multiple different enemies. Unfortunately for EZGame, though, they're getting kind of caught out of position here, being spread out around the map, and now B-boy is taking control of the mid. A quick gadget there is going to bring our blue team back up to full health, and they're going to hold on to a pretty hefty gem advantage as well now.
Yeah, we're going to have Achipi holding onto those gems in the back line, and there's Illusion playing some damage over. Oh, caught out by the Sprout there. Great super to stop that from happening and going any further as Imdong moves forward on the BB to try and clear some space, but Achipi still keeping hold of those gems with 6 in the back line, and they just can't get onto him right now as Jackie will take some time to heal up before going in again for another conflict. And the magic hand is ready to go. If anyone gets too aggressive, Achipi is going to be able to pull those gems in and give himself some extra ones as the sandstorm from Sandy will begin to dissipate and clear up the field a little bit more.
All right, well, we are still watching a really tight game, seeing which one is going to try to pull ahead. It's only going to be a matter of time before a big super storm comes in to shut them down. Nice super over there on the left side there from Sprout, going to be able to give him a little bit of blocking power and enable him to fire that projectile shot over. Again. Really close hit, though. Almost gets a jackhammer to the face. Hold on, though. The gem carrier for B-boy is down. Oh. And it's a massive super from the blue team. B-boy's Jackie is going to run those gems up to the top right, but can't get the countdown started, Tridd.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Like, the super came in and blocked another attempt. You could see exactly what Jackie wanted to do. Pops the gadget and goes in and manages to pull in multiple members with the super, but couldn't get out with the gems they gathered. Now, hopefully try and do something different. 9 gems. The countdown has started as Achipi takes it out. This is a complete sweep for B-boy, and they are in a great position to walk away with the first round, Woody. They just need to hold on for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and they will take the first round of their series.
Very well done to B-boy. It was a tight game, but toward the end of it, you really saw your star player here, Jackie, pulling out far and ahead, playing very aggressively right up in EZGame's face, not giving them a single inch to claim in this match. And, you know, map control is really important, especially for gem grab. In fact, I'd say it's the game mode where map control is the most important. Being able to hold on to the center of that map determines victory and defeat. You might even have a losing kill-death ratio, but if you have map control and can keep your opponents pushed out of the center, you're going to get the win.
Now, my Japanese isn't the best, Woody, but I'm fairly certain the Jackie was Mamameshi. Coming in for Saitai, was we know coming in for Kenji, sorry, we know he's the substitute player, so I believe that was who was playing on the Jackie in that round as well, along with Saitai and of course Apache. Achipi. I nearly went with Apache instead. It's a completely different cultural thing. But great start for B-boy. They get themselves the first round as we're getting ready to knock into round number 2. EZGame haven't quite pulled themselves out of that loss mentality they had from playing PSG. I think that was kind of the expected outcome of that particular matchup, so they're going to have to try and claw back that momentum that you so correctly talked about at the top of this series, Woody.
Yeah, so Game 2 is going to be starting up very soon. We're going to have the same bans for the entirety of the match. But in terms of brawler swaps, I think that we're very likely to see Sandy again. I think that Sprout worked out pretty well for EZGame, but just didn't manage to land as many hits as we had expected before. And, you know, I think last month, especially, Sprout came out swinging really strong in the first couple of months of competitive play. We'll see if EZGame chooses to make a reprise role with that Sprout brawler in game number 2, starting right now.
Jumping into that one, so still gonna have the Jean, the Sandy, and the Rosa this time around for Saitai on the right-hand side, going up against Imdong on the Jackie. He's going to press forward, trading off damage. The left-hand side's where the action is, though, because that's where the gems are spawning. Imdong's caught behind enemy lines right now. The Saitai will take care of him. The Sandy being dropped. And there's the Pam heals coming in for Jubang. He's going to keep the rest of his team alive. We're looking to Illusion to move over on this Jean. Try and get some early damage on. But the lead is in favor of B-boy to begin with.
All right, we are starting off with another advantage for B-boy, and as you noted, Tridd, we're getting a little bit of a brawler swap up this time. Instead, it's going to be EZGame running in with a much more heavy-focused comp, running both Pam and Jackie, charging again to the back lines, but B-boy are able to push that Jackie back. She's only got a really short range of damage, and with a double team hit here from B-boy, that's not going to be anything to be able to put it back. But wow, Rosa being taken out. It's going to be a huge swing of momentum in EZGame's favor. They're up to 7 gems now and holding dominant control of the mid.
Yeah, Saitai got taken out. Great pull in there from Achapi to get that member of, Jubang to their position and take his gems. They want to take out this Pam healing station right now, as they will lose control of Mamameshi over to the right-hand side. So 8 gems in favor of 5. B-boy still holding the lead right now, waiting to see if we can get that super. Well, hang on a minute, where's Imdong come from? From behind, attempted to get in there and get some kills, unable to do so. Gems control there. The countdown timer is going to begin, and the pressure is still against EZGame. They do not want to lose all of those gems, but Illusion will get taken out. And now Imdong has to decide, going for the kill or trying to clear up the gems. The Sandstorm's going to protect them from grabbing them all. 3 seconds remaining, 2, 1, and B-boy will take the first map of the series.
Quite an incredible defensive performance from B-boy there. You saw EZGame playing very aggressively, able to sneak a Jackie behind enemy lines, lurking in the bushes for much of the game. Pam and Jean on their own backline, holding strong control of the mid until the later stage of that game. But B-boy able to push back, pummeling through a really heavy brawler composition with a lot of hit points. But Sandy doesn't really care. Rosa doesn't really care. They can deal splash damage, hurting multiple enemy brawlers at once, and wound up taking out EZGame lickety split. And over 2-to-1 kill ratio for B-boy over EZGame in that last set. You can really see it playing out pretty clearly from set number 1. Gem grab going to B-boy.
Yeah, stats still all there, Woody. It's not even close when you look at the kill score lines as well as the gem carries as well, so it's very obvious to work out who walked away with that series win. We've got the set number 2 coming over. Sorry, not a series win, a map win. We've got the second map coming in the screens. It is Bounty for the first time this monthly final. We're going to go to Canal Grande.
Canal Grande. The large channel in the center going to be separating the left and right sides of this map. There's not going to be very much of a mid lane to control, so usually we see the teams stacking up all 3 brawlers on one side or the other. It is possible, though, to see a Jackie kind of playing a similar role to the last set, sneaking around one side or the other to try to get a sandwich effect on an enemy team, trying to go for all 3 brawlers. But remember, Bounty is a game mode that often gets decided in the last seconds of each game. You see a little bit of poking and prodding here and there. One team takes the upper hand, but very rarely do we see that big commit until the late stages. Going to be exciting to see which brawlers they choose for this map. I think that Piper and Brock are always longtime favorites for Bounty because of their long range, but we have seen some interesting innovations from pro teams in the past, and it'll just be a matter of time before we see what B-boy and EZGame are going to be playing for the first set.
I think last month we saw a lot of Sprout being played on this one and locking up that center channel. And we've already seen a decision to play Sprout on Gem Grab, so we might see that come back again on Canal Grand because they just sit in that middle center choke point and just spam the Sprout walls at each other when the Super's online, trying to get those volley damage in. And then when they want to take the fight, just don't replenish the wall and charge into the enemy team. It allows a great level of control on Canal Grand because it just takes too long to try and wrap around and get a flank and avoid that wall altogether.
Yeah, Sprout really excels in maps that have a lot of opportunities to create a choke point with the Super. The fact that Sprout Super can also be played both defensively to protect a retreating brawler teammate or offensively to trap an enemy makes Sprout a very great kind of pitch hitter, switching from defense to offense when necessary and giving your team the flexibility that they so often need when you don't really know if you're going to wind up ahead in the first couple seconds or not. That first star that you grab in the center, or maybe the first kill or two, are really heavily determinative of the shape of the game developing into the middle and late stages. And we do, in fact, see HP going for Sprout down on B-Boy side of the field, and EZGame going for Sprout as well. None of the long-range brawler picks from EZGame. Instead, they're going for that heavy bruiser comp, claiming the first star in the middle, but losing Rosa early on.
Oh, that is not what you like to see there. Saitai getting that early kill. Well, actually, sorry, it wasn't. It was Mamameshi getting the early kill with the B. He's going to be very oppressive with the Brock this long range now that they've taken control of the map. They're going to have to play much farther back and spot these tankier brawlers or these beefier brawlers coming in their face very quickly, so they're able to deal with them quite nicely. But if you go close like that, Saitai, you're going to feel the hurt of Rosa, and that immediately gives the lead back over to EZGame.
Yeah, Rosa is strong to the finish because she eats her spinach, punching hard and heavy through this EZGame comp.
Oh, a little bit of damage there, and the range coming in from Saitai on the left-hand side catches them off guard, so they've absolutely blown open this lead, Woody, and now they can play defensively, keep this range, keep poking. Another kill there on to Illusion on the Sprout, so it makes it even more difficult for them to try and claim any victory here. And I hate to see it. There's nothing that Imdon could do on that left-hand side. This is looking extremely bad for EZGame right now, Woody.
Yeah, this is an easy snack for B-Boy right now. Rosa just really needs that cover to be able to sneak around those corners and get close enough to deal that damage. She's doing her best to try to distract and give her teammates on the other side in Inra, but yeah, Indog is not able to get that tanking that he's really looking for there. Finally, a kill for EZGame and an opportunity to get some return fire here, but still at full health. That Brock on the backside is going to be able to push that opponent line back, and yeah, EZGame here for B-Boy. Just got to play defense for a little bit longer.
They can keep all of them at bay. They've destroyed so much of the map, Woody, that it becomes impossible for EZGame to, as you say, sneak in there and get to a safe distance. Trying to create some cover there. We're going to have Illusion throwing down the Sprout Super, but it just wasn't enough. As soon as they got control of that game, it's quite easy for B-Boy to pick up the round, and so they are moving ever closer to that set victory, and also completely knocking EZGame out of the group stage, because if it keeps going this way, Woody, they're going to go 0-2 this time around.
That's true, and that will be the end of it. You know, we do have a little miniature round robin for each of the regions that are competing, so you want to grab as many wins as you possibly can, but going 0-2 doesn't bode well, especially now that we're basically halfway through the Brawl Stars Championship regional qualifier period. So time is running out for these teams. You know, we've got several months still left ahead of us, but the shape of the leaderboard is really starting to develop some structure, and B-Boy and EZGame are really in contention right now, having to fight for their lives to stay in the competition. Second game is going to be starting it very shortly for Bounty, expecting to see EZGame make some big brawler swaps here. I wouldn't want to see that heavy bruiser comp anymore. I need some more long-range damage, Tridd.
Well, let's have a look and see what EZGame are rolling out with. There's the Sprout, the Jackie, they got the Tick. So not the longest of range, but they can play a little bit safer with these brawlers.
Yeah, Tick can definitely get some great map control. He doesn't have the longest range, but the fact that he's able to keep those bombs out on the field for a while makes him one of the best at map control. And you know, he's able to fire and kind of retreat for a little while, but that damage still is sitting there waiting for opponents to walk into it. That gives him some great opportunity to deny access to some key points of the map. And a great job by EZGame getting some early hits in there, finishing off that enemy B as well. That's going to be a good start for them, even though it's only tied up. That center control of the map is still heavily contested.
Yeah, some fantastic aggression there by Jubang on the Jackie to try and push them into the corner and get that kill. So 6 stars apiece, and the Sprouts are having an incredibly hard time killing each other at close range because of the volley nature of their projectiles. Atropy trying to bounce it off of the back wall as they're trying to find the perfect range. But finally, you're going to see Illusion get away with the kill. That was a bit of a monkey knife fight there, Woody. Just not really sure what was going on. Everyone else kind of like, okay, who's winning that? Are we sure what's going on here? Like, someone please do something.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive play from Atropy. Kind of surprised to see
look at that.
Charging that far up, but yeah, nice turnaround there. Be able to get that snipe kill, pulling now ahead for B-Boy, reclaiming the lead by just 1 star. This is a much more typical bounty game than what we've seen in the past. And wow, another kill starting to stack on top. B-Boy is starting to get really far out of range for the opponents. A big rocket rain from Brock could be the finishing blow.
Oh, Saitai able to destroy that with the rocket rain, then using the gadget to jump to safety afterwards as well, maintaining those stars that he's accrued for himself. The lead has been blown wide open, Woody, and I don't see EZGame coming back into this one. B-Boy look to take the 2nd map in this series.
Amazing job to B-Boy. A huge lead for them as well. Even if they happen to drop that Brock in the last few seconds, that wouldn't be enough to turn it around. EZGame are reeling now, and as we mentioned at the beginning, it's all about that momentum build. B-Boy in the clear lead and just needing 1 more set to clinch this match.
And it's looking very difficult for them. I think you were a bit of a prophet this morning, Woody, able to foresee the importance of momentum. It just doesn't seem like EZGame has been able to pull up since they had defeat from PSG. And now it just keeps going all the same in favor of B-Boy. And they're 1 map away from being knocked out. Let's take a look at some of the stats. And yeah, that's the biggest damage difference we've seen today, Woody.
Might be one of the greatest damage differentials that we've seen for the entirety of the Brawl Stars Championship. Just a dominant performance from B-Boy. The Wolves are howling. They are at the door of EZGame, and they are ready to bust it down. They're huffing, they're puffing Tridd, and I don't think this stick house is going to hold up.
The EZGame house was blown down easily, but we're going to have to wait until after this series to find out if the house made of PSG will last any longer against the Wolves. But we've got 1 more map coming on your screen first, guaranteed. That's going to be Brawl Ball Super Stadium. The comeback has to start now for EZGame because it's going to demand perfection from here on out if they want to walk away with at least 1 series win from this monthly final.
All right, well, I am roaring ready to jump into it. Tridd, the set number 3 is going to see another, once again, mix-up of brawlers, shuffling them around, trying to figure out what EZGame can do to find a weakness in B-Boy. Remember to send all of your energy into chat. Let us know which team you're rooting for. Quite oftentimes, it's not just the casters, but also the players that are perusing chat, trying to feed off the energy of the masses. So that is certainly a factor to keep in mind, especially because we aren't in a big studio right now. There's not an audience out there cheering that anyone can hear. We've got to get that spirit power tuned in straight from the chat box there. So do all you can. Yes, summon your spirit bomb. Prepare.
Yeah. I shouldn't do that, really, because I realize I'm green screen, so my hands just disappear, and it ruins the magic, pulls back the curtain a little bit. But let's look at putting crowd noises into player headphones in the next couple of months so they can have that atmosphere. But we're jumping into Super Stadium to kick off our 3rd map.
All right, we are seeing a bit of a more buster sort of a comp from B-Boy, getting lots of heavy damage in there with this Shelly. She was kind of relying on being an anti-tank brawler, but there's not really any big tanky brawlers from the EZGame side. You do have Jackie as the heavier hitter here, but no Frank, as we've seen a lot in the past with Brawl Ball games. And it looks like the damage output from EZGame has been insuperable. Really heavy hits so far from them. And it looks like they're closing in on their first goal. Can they get it done?
Oh, Mama Meshi needs to be very careful, going down to double-digit HP right now. Great knockback by side type, trying to close some space away from Jackie. They're leaving the ball where it is for now. Amazing pull from Atropy. Should open this up for B-Boy to get back out into the field. Going to throw down the Sandy Super as well to give them some more cover as they press the ball into the territory of EZGame.
It was a nice pull, but it does leave some questions out there. Questions like, why are you destroying your own obstacles? Why are you willing to sacrifice defense in the early stages for offense in the late stage? You're getting a little bit of a hit off, but no goals this time for B-Boy. And EZGame now with possession are going to be charging back down to the bottom of the field.
Yeah, so that's a huge denial coming in from Illusion, able to drop down that super from Sprout. It's one of the reasons why we see a lot of Sprout banned. It's so dominant when it comes around to Brawl Ball, purely because of that great pull there by Achapi yet again, this time able to get Imdong and take him out. The super actually committed by Imdong before going down as well, so it's extra poor. Achapi has an open goal, passes it down, and Mamameshi will be there to go ahead and get that goal.
B-Boy for the shot, finishing it off thanks to that cross from Achapi. What an amazing team kill by the B-Boy squad, and they are not gonna stop with that power. Boom, Achapi making his way straight toward the goal. Can't get the shot in, but it's gonna be a relatively even equalizer here. B-Boy holding on to the advantage, just needs to defend for 18 seconds. The last chance, charging in, but throwing the ball away. It doesn't look like EZGame have got a game plan that can work out here.
They're trying to buy some time to get Zhuban back on the map. Mamameshi will have to try and stay alive with Achapi to keep them up. Great pull denies them the ball. 5 seconds remaining. We're going to see Illusion try and go for it. The super shot! He weaves it in! And equalizes the trigger overtime!
What an incredible play. We are going into overtime after all, Tridd. I thought it couldn't be done, but this game is going to a 1-1 tie, and if EZGame get the goal here, that has got to be the biggest comeback in Brawl Ball history for the Brawl Stars Championship.
Wow. It has to be the start of what could be the biggest comeback. They still got a long way to go, Woody. Balls passed back, so EZGame down. Remember right now, Achapi can create space clearance by Saitai, catches it on the line, and will deny that goal being scored, but Achapi the rest of them is still there. The super gets him in there, but a super shot coming in from Saitai seals the deal. Game number 1 going the way of B-Boy.
Wow, I was really rooting for those EZGame fellows just off of that amazing last second shot there at the end, but B-Boy have held on to it after all. Very nicely done there. You saw some great use of supers on defense there by EZGame, trying to pull those enemy brawlers in, but the pass into the center there gave exactly what they needed to get the shot off. B-Boy taking the first game of this set and needing just now one more game to clinch the whole series.
Yeah, so his match point in favor of B-Boy, and there are signs of life in EZGame still after that last second overtime trigger. They just couldn't handle all the pressure being exerted by B-Boy. So we will have our second round of Brawl Ball on your screens shortly, and that may be the final round of this set and the final round of EZGame's monthly final, because this is their last game of the day.
B-Boy busting down the door, no fear at all. A 2-0 set score, and with the advantage in this one, they might even have PSG starting to shake in their boots. So we'll see very soon if B-Boy are able to clinch this shutout with a 3-0 wipe. EZGame now back on their heels. They've only been able to get one goal in this Brawl Ball setup. Can they show us something that can get the win? Last chance, guys. Good luck.
Well, they brought out the El Primo from B-Boy. The Max being played by Imdong as well. So they're trying something different in this potentially final round of the series. We're going to see Saitai move forward on the El Primo, try and get space. There's the super being popped by Imdong. Takes a lot of damage, has to back off. They're going for full speed ahead on this one. The ball clears them out. Achapi's the last man standing. They can't defend it. What an amazing offense coming in from EZGame to get that first goal.
A huge start from EZGame, and they are not backing off. Primo is not working out as well for B-Boy as they may have hoped. Lots of damage he can dish out, but that short range means that if he is taken down, B-Boy is left defenseless. EZGame drilling straight through and getting that shot off the backs of Max, able to dish out a ton of damage and speeding through, actually charging right into El Primo.
Wait, Achapi's been pulled to the back line though. The pull's actually working against them. They're trying to knock them all into the goal, and it's so easy for B-Boy. That pull was a big mistake for Illusion, and it just set that up for a B-Boy goal.
Well, Slow and Steady is starting to pull back up in this race. B-Boy playing on the backside have been able to get EZGame out of position. But hold on, they're not holding on to that lead for very long. It's a charge in from Max. The shot doesn't go in.
Atropy gets taken out. They're going to be able to move it back in. Imdon going for the super shot. It bounces off the board and won't go in. You know how Saitai using his own super elbow drop to knock him down as Atropy comes back onto the field. He has the magic hand available. Primo has his super available as well. Wants to find the right time. Knocks them out of the way. There's the flip over the top to try and get them clear. 3 versus 2. You're going to have Max go and get taken out. El Primo not having an open shot on goal because the ball is in the middle of the field right now. Mamameshi looking for the pass. Have the Sandstorm to move and he gets it through. Saitai scores the goal and B-Boy will walk away with their first victory at the monthly finals.
Saitai, your star player for that game and a strong contender for MVP of the set. The walk-away win from B-Boy with a 3-0 victory. What a dominant showing in this Asian region. They are really on the ascendant now, Tridd.
Fantastic play for them. Great replacement. Typically, we see the spot from Japan being taken up by Jupiter. So it's interesting to see it change up with B-Boy and get some fresh blood here in the monthly finals. They performed fantastically. A lot closer if you look at the scoreline for this one around, Woody, where Brawl Ball seems to be where EZGame clapped back the most, but it just wasn't enough. B-Boy still dominant. 3-0 will be in a position to go ahead and fight against PSG in the next series, but we're going to go over to Daniel before we go any further.
Oh man, what a dominating performance from B-Boy. Really fantastic performances from all of the players across the board. Woody gave a shout out to Saitai, and I agree, Sight Out was fantastic, but I'm going to give the MVP over to Chapi for a couple of reasons, which we're going to go into right now. His defensiveness as Gene in Gen Grab at the start of this match was outstanding, as he was able to hold on to the gems without getting taken out in those vital moments. Again, consistently chipping away at his opponent's health with Gene's long-range attack, and, you know, slipping in the occasional pull when it counted. He didn't let up with a strong defense in Bounty, keeping Sprout alive, getting away from his opponent's Rosa, and barely surviving, turning it around for the kill when backed up by teammates. It was honestly some fantastic gameplay, and then it got really defensive on the right side of the map, keeping the opponents at bay. And then Brawl Ball back to Gene, sorry, with a mix of amazing pulls and knockbacks. He was able to get that ball away from their own goal and towards the other teams. Scored one great goal with an amazing pass, but ultimately it was his teammates that got those last goals in, winning B-Boy the series. And wow, that was a very dominating performance. Unfortunately for EZGame, that is going to be them in last place as we take a look at the bracket for this group with their 0-2 score. And now the real battle begins. B-Boy, PSG Esports. Only one of these two teams can take down the group. Which one is it going to be? We are going to find out, as this is going to be the next and final match of this group. It's going to be B-Boy versus PSG. PSG Esports represented by Jordan, Kuda Ace, Relay, and Scythe. B-Boy, Mameshi, Kenji, Achapi, and Sight Eye. And as usual, it is time for a few facts about these teams. Let's begin with PSG Esports, who are currently the top of the global leaderboard in points. We are almost halfway through the Brawl Stars season. If they can lock in another win here against B-Boy, could this be our first team guaranteed qualifying for global finals? Despite this, when asked what he wanted to spend the prize money on if he won, Kuda Ace said he'd spend it on a coach, and that he needs to improve his Brawl Stars gameplay. That's either really low self-esteem or low confidence. I don't know what's up with that, but let's have a little look once again at B-Boy, represented by Mameshi, Kenji, Achapi, and Sight Eye. Mameshi said that his superpower on the team is his genius. His teammate, Sight Eye, said that his superpower on the team is his singing. I wonder which of those is more helpful for the team. I mean, I guess singing pretty good for morale, to be fair. Either way, we're going to find out how helpful the singing is in the final match of this group.
Thank you very much, Daniel. We are moving into set number 3 now, and it is definitely going to be the most exciting of this entire region. I'm back here now with Ark. What are you looking forward to the most?
I was just going to say, I'm really looking forward to hearing your singing voice, because I know full well from rehearsals you've got a really good voice. But failing that, we're going to have to look at these bans first and foremost. PSG banning Gene, B-boy straight off the bat, banning BB's bat. How do you feel about those bans?
I heartily approve. I think that it means that we are very likely to see M's in this upcoming series. I really missed my lady, and hope that she gets her hairspray out ready to shut down a lot of big brawlers. We didn't quite see as much of that kind of mid-range action in that last series, just getting some Sandy caught up in my pants. But yeah, now we've got M's. That's going to give a little bit more range to our brawlers. Starting off in Siege, I think we saw the most exciting Siege set of all time in the first match of today. Ark, what are you looking forward to in Nuts and Bolts?
Yeah, I mean, Siege, as we know, is always really, really fast-paced and a bit unpredictable. I would actually really like to see some Frank. I don't know whether we're going to, but for me, Frank has become more viable now with some of the recent changes that we've seen to Siege, and can make a big difference on defense in terms of slowing that bot progression towards your Ike. For me, Sprout now is on the cards, with Gene being banned and BB being banned, two very, very dominant brawlers in Siege, the game mode. So Sprout, for me, I think would be on the cards here if it were me playing.
Yeah, Frank, where's that big old lovable lug? Big, heavy brawler works very well in Brawl Bowl and Siege, as we've seen before. Just having so many hit points gives a ton of time for your teammates to get control right behind you, and that super can really change the pace of the entire game. I think we've got a good chance of seeing him, except for the fact that I'm a little bit worried now that Ems might start serving as a counter to him. Do you think that there's any other brawlers that could serve as a counterweight to Frank in a game mode like this?
The thing with Ems on this particular map is that she's kind of difficult when stuck behind the wall. Jackie would be a much more favorable brawler in those sort of circumstances. Unless you've kind of already taken down a lot of that cover, you can't really get much value from Ems on this particular match. Like I say, unless you've got like a Brock or something to kind of create some of that that sort of territorial damage in that respect. And we are going to see a Sprout. We actually are going to see the Ems, interestingly enough, as well from B-boy. And both sides,
double M's.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going to be sending out that hairspray all over the battlefield, trying to get those cornering shots off. And fortunately for each team, it's going to be a complete mirror match. In fact, we've got Sprouts on both sides, and it looks like Daryl is going to be the heavy tank for both of these teams as well. The same comp. It's just going to be all coming down to who plays it better. A big early lead now for PSG with that level 4 bot. No bolts so far at all for B-boy.
A great position for CODEMAGIC there playing Ems as well, because in those side lanes you're able to get a lot of value and also prevent a lot of pushback. It's about getting that territorial position, and look at the amount of damage from that first push for PSG. 35% is a lot for the first push here, giving them a great start. And now the Daryl roll is going to cause CODE some problems. A nice defensive super there, and probably running hype star power from the look of things as well. Very, very nice plays from PSG around, getting some good control here on the early stage of this game.
Yeah, very nice job there to our B-boy Ems, trying to retreat there. Acha P looks like he's running that healing star power, able to get a little bit of health back whenever he uses that super, but not enough to keep rely off of him. And once again, it's going to be a big old siege bot coming in. Nice block there from Ken G, able to keep that siege bot a little bit further away, but that second one coming in is going to deal a lot of damage. Probably won't finish off the Ike, but B-boy are really on their back heels now and need to start gathering bolts immediately.
Yeah, a nice defensive Sprout super, but CODEMAGIC was actually really, really aware of that and locked down that center part of the map there in the defense, forcing B-boy to not walk straight through to defend there. And I think they've played a big difference in the outcome. Look at Rely here with 3 balls as the Sprout supers completely fill the center of the map. A very, very dominant first start, and surely we're going to see a third and final push here for PSG.
Yeah, it's wild to me how even when B-boy has 2 brawlers in the center against PSG's just 1, Rely is still able to roll around all of them, grabbing bolts left and right and building up for that big final siege bot push. Only 5 bolts collected by B-boy the entirety of this first game. Shows PSG is still the dominant player in this region, starting off strong in game number 1.
Yeah, PSG very, very strong, very dominant, and very good at controlling in that last game. Just very, very aware of maintaining their ground and getting that first push is so important in Siege to ensure that you're able to kind of maintain that dominance. And yeah, great consistency from PSG, and they're looking on great form today.
Congratulations to Jacob pulling off the Star Player Award in that last round. Sprout coming in really handy on defense, blocking incoming siege bots, but apparently really great on offense as well, denying access to those bolts that are spawning, getting lots of value, firing his projectile over those obstacles in the middle range of the arena. So really great all-around brawler that got a lot of utility that last game. Do you still think that we're going to see these M's coming back again, or is there going to be an opportunity to bring someone in like Jackie who can deal a bit more damage close up and be able to push back even when she's got a big obstacle in between her and her enemies?
Ems is great for pushback, and if you keep her on the side lane, she's obviously very, very strong. Jackie's very much a mid kind of brawler, like in those center areas where you've got the blocks. She's kind of like the more viable option. But you know, when you're kind of like coming back from a defensive round, it's very difficult to go up against an Ems without that range, and that might be something for B-boy to consider, like how to, because CODEMAGIC was giving a lot of pressure with regards to that brawler pick and B-boy being able to come back from those positions. So some range might go in their favor there to help get back into those rounds a bit faster and get more bolts for a counter push.
All right, well, I like it. I think that B-boy showed up really well in their game against in their match against EZGame. Chance now to turn things around. PSG have got that first game, but hey, it's a best of 3, and there's clearly a reason for that. We've seen reverse sweeps happen once a team gets a read of their opponent. So will B-boy be able to swap up their comp and get the better of PSG in game number 2? When it's not a mirror match, the intricacies of the game start to skyrocket. It becomes a lot more complicated figuring out the puzzle, basically, that materializes, trying to figure out which side you want your brawlers to be matched up against the enemy and how to position them properly to make that happen. Game number 2 will be starting very shortly, and we're eager to see what the brawler picks are going to be. It looks like for B-boy, we are going to have Sprout, Ems, and Daryl this time, so the same run around for them, but it's going to be a swap out for PSG, bringing in El Primo as the tank.
Wow, and interesting. We haven't seen much of Primo, to be completely honest, in competitive recently, and his gadget can be very useful and comical. You can be able to throw your opposition into your Ike's radius and get some damage that way. For me, though, I kind of felt like B-boy could have swapped out for a Jackie, just because with the BB being banned, that additional gadget speed boost would have been great to take down CODEMAGIC. Nevertheless, though, Daryl would be a good counter also. But the first push is going to be a PSG push, so not the best of starts for B-boy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, great. CODEMAGIC is wrecking it right now as Ems, and look at this damage going in. Wow, already. Mike.
Yeah. Kenji dropping that super over on the left side did delay the onset of that siege bot, but it also left them without the ability to go defend their own Ike. So it was a double-edged sword and actually played out to PSG's favor in the end there. Their Ike now down to 34%. B-boy is in a lot of trouble, needs to deny PSG from getting a single more siege bot. And in order to do that, they're going to have to pile up a mountain of bolts. Looks like they do get the second siege bot, but are behind in the bolt count now. They're going to have to catch back up as soon as possible, and hopefully this push is going to give them the oomph that they need to get control of center. Rely playing a heavy defense. They're punching away that siege bot, but it's going to be still coming in pretty strong. B-boy are on the offensive now. Can they hold on to this hit?
Yeah, I think for me that was great here for PSG was the fact that they took out so many of B-boy before that push really came in, allowing them to really focus their attention on the bot. And as a result, you see just that 6% conceded. And I think that was a big difference. Rely using the gadget there finally. It wasn't quite enough to get the takedown, but and does drop a bolt in the process. We're actually going to see, I think, here, a B-boy final push, which could be interesting.
Very interesting, but still needs over 60% in order to get the win here. It's still possible for PSG to hold off on defense and grab victory. This is anyone's game, and with 15 seconds left, it's going to be complicated to call it early. B-boy is going to be able to block, or it rather has their C-spot blocked there by Sprout. That C-spot's charging on in. Only 5 seconds left, been pushed away, pummeled, shot back. The gadget used from El Primo, 2 seconds. The punches are starting, but it's not enough, Ark. B-boy's offense has been held at bay, and PSG, with only one siege bot, claim victory.
What a great defense from PSG, and again, just for me, the key behind that victory was pretty much just taking care of B-boy during those pushes. In that second push, we saw the majority of the team being wiped out, and in that final push, the bot was still going at the very end of the map because of the amount of Sprout supers used to deflect. And yeah, that was for me the key behind that victory for PSG. And again, coming out on top consistently, so really great to see from PSG today.
The scoreboard shows a really even fight here, 17 kills apiece, but Paris Saint-Germain holding on to the center of that map and grabbing a few more bolts here and there gave them the lead. B-boy really started to pick up momentum toward the end of game number 2, though, actually getting the majority of the bots set up, but not able to leverage those pushes into damage on the enemy Ike. Paris Saint-Germain playing defense and offense equally well and earning that victory certainly in set number 1. We're moving to set number 2, though, and this might be the point of strength for Paris Saint-Germain, an opportunity to push their lead even further. Triple Dribble is the name of the map, Ark, and we are going to be starting off very shortly here. Which brawlers do you expect to see coming in for these two teams?
Jackie, for me, is always a really good brawler to choose, especially in Brawl Ball. The gadget with that additional speed boost, especially as I mentioned earlier with BB being banned, Jean being banned again as well, is going to mix things up in terms of their defense. For me, you can't really go wrong with Jackie and Sprout right now in the meta, and they're both viable options here. They're not banned, so I've got to go with those two really, and maybe like a tankier option like a Rosa or something. And it could be over very quickly. You don't want to leave a Jackie alone, especially in the early stages of the game, because with that just one tap of a gadget, you can pick up a good pass from your teammate and just run it straight towards the goal. It's very difficult to stop without some kind of pushback brawler like an EMS or something to be able to counter it.
Yeah, or something to just set up a brick wall like Sprout. Seeing a lot of Sprout played in basically every set mode now, but Brawl Ball is definitely an opportunity to shine there, playing on defense. You do have to be aware, though, that if you pop up in your own spawn zone, you are going to bust down that Sprout wall, so not quite as much of a defensive advantage as you're able to get from Sprout in the past. But nonetheless, we're going to be starting up the next map very shortly. Paris Saint-Germain with the 1-0 lead now over B-boy, a team that seemed ascendant, having defeated EZGame in their prior set. You take a look at the set score, PSG getting a 3-1 win over EZGame, and B-boy able to get the 3-0 stomp over EZGame. Might suggest that B-boy was playing better today, but off that first set, I gotta say PSG is looking once again to be the favorite to take this region home today.
Yeah, they week after week, month after month, they are showing no signs of slowing down, and that for me is a really good sign for any team looking to make it to the grand finals. Consistency for me is all to play for here. Good, nice to see Max actually with this matchup here, double Max mirror here going on. That with the Jackie gadget as well. I've got to, for me, PSG have got the winning comp here. We've seen Sandy today being very prominent as well. But look at the amount of speed that we're going to be seeing from PSG. Already Kude's using gadget with a great little dash towards the goal. Gets it in the back of the net. One on the cards then for PSG very early on in these games.
Wow, yeah, incredible shot there from Kude Ace, able to get that first goal in. And pretty important for them too. B-boy has got a comp that I think improves into overtime, running both Ems and Max. So really nice job there from PSG, able to get that early victory and seal the deal to start things off.
Yeah, I knew speed was going to be a deciding factor here. I didn't quite realize it was going to be so much of a deciding factor. But again, you know, you got to be aware of Jackie, you know, because when those it's actually worth, and these pro players always do this, they will count. Every time a gadget is used, they will be counting the usage and conferring in voice chat to make sure that everyone is aware when Jackie has no longer got those gadgets to hand, especially in overtime. You know, you don't want to lose count because that's when it can really turn around. But at the moment, PSG are not even going to be getting close to any form of overtime because they're just wrapping these games up so quickly.
Conferring on voice chat. That's a really polite way of putting it, Ark. I think usually for me, it's more like screaming on Discord. They're attacking. Defend with all your might. Do everything you possibly can to keep them away. It's a bit more of a panic situation for me. So I got to hand it to these pro players that they're able to keep their heads on straight with all this high-powered, high-stakes gameplay happening right now. Thousands of dollars on the line, all the points in the world, and PSG up at the top of the global leaderboard having to defend a really difficult position.
Yeah, it's quite a British term that I went for there for sure. It's quite fun actually reading the player accounts when we look through the questions that we post to the players, and we ask a lot of those questions. You know, what is it like in voice chat? And often it's just like, you know, loud noises, you know, angry shouting, and but we also do see on the other side a lot of composure as well. But it's a stressful environment, and this is where we see the best teams coming out on top. The teams that have been in this place before, that are kind of more used to these kind of interactions, and you know, for newer teams that come to the scene, this is the challenge which we see often, is how do they approach that? You know, it's unknown territory for them to be under so much pressure, and are they able to kind of like compose themselves, or do they kind of like falter a little bit? You know, that's the thing.
Well said, my friend. Well, once again, we have another opportunity for a team to get a dominant lead in set number 2. PSG picking up their first win in a very short game. Rarely do we see Brawl Ball finish before overtime that decisively with a 2-0 finish. So B-boy are really back to the drawing board now, trying to fit together some sort of strategy that can take down this juggernaut in Europe. Paris Saint-Germain, a team that's been playing every single month so far and performing very well at that. Seems like it's going to be very difficult to kick them off their pedestal, and B-boy haven't found the right combination to make it happen yet. There are going to be multiple teams that qualify here. Excuse me, I think I said PSG ahead in Europe. You know, having visited the stadium, I always think of them as a French team, but they are the Singaporean team. So good luck to them moving into our game number 2 now.
Yeah, I like to see the B pick. We've seen a lot of B in competitive making a big impact, but running Honeycoat and able to get the takedown as a result of that. And now actually PSG are going to have to defend this. Rely is on the right side, just trying to hold back the Ems. It's going to pop the gadget to go in aggressively. And again, that is what I like to see when it comes to Jackie, just getting those Ems takedowns, because once you push back Ems, you're able to be in a much stronger position playing Jackie.
All right, Jaco setting up now, trying to get that supercharged. Kenji on defense now, going to pop his super of his own, trying to provide some additional coverage on defense here, but it's going to be awfully tricky. A really heavy PSG team charging in, and the last-ditch effort to get that ball out is not going to be good enough. Rely takes the shot, and it's in.
Kuda Ace now is getting slowed down by the M Super. Did go for the shot on goal. Didn't quite manage to sneak it past the Sandy there, but I like the defensiveness of the M's pick there as well. And again, we're seeing just the sprout on defense again for PSG, but somehow able to being held on a great little pass to Rely there to get the ball clear, providing some much needed time to defend here. But PSG still struggling, but do seem to be able to get this ball clear. It's just great defensive work from PSG, I've got to say.
Yeah, Sprout getting that super setup right now in the center, able to keep B-boy at bay. That is going to be another opportunity for them to defend. With only a minute left, B-boy is really struggling to get that damage in. It's going to be an aggressive super here from Kenji, trying to get that Sandy coverage here, but the shots from Coup de Ace deny an access point. It's going to be a gadget here from Kenji to charge back up and give a little bit more juice to this battery. A killer bar on the left side is going to leave Rely down. It's going to be a 3v1, and B-boy is in a great position to get the hit off.
Jordan, they're going for the super pass to the wall, able to get... Oh, Oh, the Rely with the pickup there as well on defense. PSG are doing a fantastic job in this game of defending what has been many opportunities for B-boy to be able to secure a goal, and got a hand to Jordan as well. Great defense, but not quite enough for that particular moment. It was gonna come inevitably at some point, but for the most part, Jordan was doing a fantastic job of holding things off. Could be going to overtime here, and this is where if Rely has got a gadget to hand, this could be a great moment for PSG.
We have seen some incredible last-second turnarounds in Brawl Ball before, and this game is not disappointing us so far. Here, Ark, we've got a really good opportunity now for PSG to charge in. But off the back of an excellent kill from HP, it looks like that field is actually going to equalize, in fact. Which team do you think has got the advantage going into overtime here now with all of these boxes down?
I think what a great chance for CODEMAGIC. Didn't quite manage it, but I've got to say, Atropia playing B here is in a great position to be able to capitalize with her range and her slowdown from her super, but also Rely is in a good chance if he can just close the gap between himself and the M's or the B to be able to get some damage in. It's going to be close, but I think B-boy might be able to have this here, to be honest, Woody.
All right, well, only 12 seconds left to get that goal in. Otherwise, it's going to be a draw, and we'll have to run it all back again. It's going to be a hero opportunity from Ems here. Passes over to Kuze. Oh! Denied. Sends it back to the B-boy side of the field, and that's going to be game over with a 1-1 draw. We're going to find a winner one of these days, but not today.
What a back and forth. For me, I've got to say, though, B-boy looked really, really strong. For the majority of that game, it was definitely PSG on the defense. And, I've got to say, I did expect it to be more than just the one goal from B-boy there that went through. But great defensive work from PSG. We're going to be replaying this round again and seeing whether we're going to see some new broader changes. And that might make a big impact on the outcome here.
I certainly think that playing B was the #1 best decision that we could have seen in that last round, especially going into overtime. That long range is deadly. Great job using that super as well to slow down enemy brawlers on the approach, and I think that was an amazing pick. Do you think that there's any chance that we see Brock coming into play in this next game? I think that that's another brawler just like B who can make great use of the long range and even has the ability to bust down those obstacles in the earlier stages.
Yeah, Rely is a fantastic Brock, and it is one of his go-to brawlers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see him bring out the Brock pick. I would say that Atropia would probably say B. As you rightly say, when you get into that overtime position, B is able to do so much. The slowdown, the amplified shots, so much damage able to be done, and the range. In overtime, you've got that range to hand. So yeah, Brock for me would be actually a great opportunity for PSG to consider here. Whether or not they do, we'll have to wait and see.
We do know that HP loves playing Penny as well, and that's a brawler that we've seen in the past on these long-range maps. But no, not going to happen this time. It's actually going to be Frank coming in for B-boy. Ken G is going to remain with that Sprout pick, but HP is going in for the heavy this time, bringing the hammer down on PSG, trying to get a few shots off and Rely. They're not going to land any early hits, but controlling the midfield now as Ken G is going to be continuing to pummel away with those shots. Rely is going to get a little sneaky opportunity to get a hit in here, though.
Yeah, if he can close the gap here, it's going to be really tricky with both the Frank and the Sprout shots to dodge, and also the Max. I think Rely's in a really difficult spot here, actually. He's been pinched really hard, but now look at this. Actually, the takedown from CODEMAGIC was there, though. Rely now on the return with a gadget pop, and he's going to secure the goal. My goodness me, so much happened there back and forth, but PSG able to get that goal.
What an amazing play from CODEMAGIC. If HP's super had gone off there, that probably would have been a goal for B-boy. A heroic charge down to the bottom of the map. And wow, a shot! Oh, inches away from going in, Ark.
My goodness me, this I've got to say, the excitement that I'm feeling between these two teams in Brawl Ball is great to watch. Very closely matched and not quite as one-sided as we've seen today so far. And a variety of brawler picks. Great to see Frank making an appearance here as well. And yeah, this is great to see.
Nice defense there from HP over on the right side, denying Rely access. Still a minute left for B-Boy to try to turn this thing around, but the ball is in an awkward spot for them. Having to charge up the left side of the field now, though, they might have a chance. It's going to be low hit points for both PSG brawlers on defense on the right lane. Firing away, though, it looks like it's not going to be a chance to score here and now. Rely on defense is going to be really difficult to get through. Holding on to the backside with plenty of obstacles in the way. That's going to be really easy for him to get that damage off. But hold on, HP's making a charge in here. Fires off the ball, but doesn't hit anything. That's going to be a wasted super, and it looks like, here we go. Here's the big hit. HP drops the hammer and knocks down all those obstacles, but it's not going to be enough to get the ball in the goal.
Yeah, again, Rely, I think, with a bit of use of gadget there, perhaps, or a max super, being able to get a bit of speed boost and get that ball clear. But for me, the Frank Smash coming down again, the gadget popped, didn't connect the shoe with Rely, but Rely's doing a great job in this game to stop these goals from going in. But right now, PSG look like they might be able to even tie this up right here. It's gonna be over right here, right now. PSG will take that game and the set then for Brawl Ball, but it was very close nonetheless.
Very tricky spot for HP. You saw that attempted super there on the replay. That is what turned the tide of this game and gave Rely an opportunity to fire that goal away, putting B-Boy on their backs and in a position that they weren't able to recover from during the last stages. It's really difficult for HP when you are the big heavy tank. It's all up to you to be the driving force behind the push, but having to also balance that motivation with having to play defense against a team that is so aggressive. You can't stop them. Look, a huge kill advantage here for B-Boy, 27-20, but nowhere close on scoring. Paris Saint-Germain drilling heavy and keeping the objective in focus clearly for the entirety of that set.
Yeah, B-Boy were in a lot of instances there just in a great position to score, and the majority of those games I did feel like B-Boy did have a great positioning over PSG, very much in that part of the map for the majority of those games, but not able to secure the goals. And that was the thing which made the difference. And PSG were just absolutely on form in that respect. Pit Stop, though, is up next. Heist. How do you think this is going to change? We saw PSG playing very, very strong games of Heist earlier today. How do you think B-Boy are going to be able to kind of go against that that kind of momentum that PSG have got currently?
I don't know if there's anything that they can do, Ark. You're asking me to rack my brain, and at this point, if I were B-Boy's coach, I would be sweating bullets over here. You know, PSG is a really difficult team to go up against, and especially when you're down 0-2 right now, you have really got to throw anything against the wall, hoping that it's going to stick. I would say that trying to play just straight up against PSG is not going to work. You got to bring a brawler comp that they aren't familiar with, something that they can't leverage their experience and huge skill set against. So good luck to B-Boy. You're really, I think, going to need it in this upcoming game. PSG have been hard to crack before, and I don't see them going down this easy.
Here she rocking the guard Rico skin. Great to see. I love to see it. No Nita though, I've got to say, which is a bit of a surprise. As we know, the bands are Gene and BB, so BB's out the mix here. But yeah, would have kind of expected to see a bit of a Nita with a Hyper Bear. Not going to have those moments, unfortunately, at the moment. But Good Ace again has shown us today dominant performances with Ems, and is going to be running that as PSG now in a great position to get some damage here.
Yeah, Jayco kind of forced to retreat as he's firing up that super. Didn't quite get as much damage as he was expecting there. B-Boy will hold a 5% damage lead, but they're on defense now. It's going to be a big opportunity for PSG to pummel if they can get a little bit of a sneaky shot around. It's kind of interesting to me that none of these teams are really relying on busting down obstacles. We do have a Brock up on top for B-Boy, but he's been playing defense virtually the entire time so far, and B-Boy are just kind of relying on getting that team kill, pushing back into this really heavy attack. PSG, however, are going to be on the attack. It's going to be Daryl's rolling into the safes on both sides.
Wow, but look at this. A bit of a safe risk and Rely didn't have the roll star power that I did see taking into effect for B-Boy. But look at this damage. It's so close, actually, as this damage continues to go in on both sides here. It is actually B-Boy who comes slightly on top by 1%, but it can be all over in the next few seconds, honestly.
The next hit is gonna get it. I don't see any way of denying a safe from going down at this point. it's going to be an advantage now for B-boy as they're actually going to be a little bit closer and having taken out those obstacles in the way. That's going to be one hit from Matcha P, a second hit, and just one more. No, denied. PSG's defenses will hold the Maginot line on point here, keeping this safe, healthy, and sturdy, but not able to get that damage on the return fire. Rely getting a few shots in there, but denied by a defensive Daryl, and that's going to be another quick lead for B-boy. But can they hold on to it? Coupe Ace makes it in. It does it! Oh my goodness, Ark. Coupe to Ace pulling off a huge upset. They're safe down to double-digit hit points, being hit so many times by a B-boy force that seem to have finally found the magic sauce, but you can never count PSG out.
My goodness me, PSG today are bringing the fire. 72 HP on a heist save is a scary place to be, but they were able to stay composed and just come back. Great plays from PSG. Amazing.
Very, very well done. They're going to hold on to that 2-0 set lead and taking the first game in this heist mode. Wow, I thought B-boy were having a lot of difficulty, but if you want to talk about a hit to morale, there is nothing more than being that close to victory and still taking the loss. I gotta hope for their sake that they are able to come back with just as much fervor and deliver that killing blow that they've been needing for so long. It's their last chance, Ark. This is match point for PSG.
Yeah, for me, you know, there's there's no other moment quite like a GG for that. That was that was right there, GG for that. You know, PSG now are in a fantastic position. B-boy now are in a lot of trouble. Not gonna lie, just PSG are unstoppable. It seems today. It's crazy.
Well, a lot of damage getting in on the B-boy safe as well. Don't discount that. It looks like we're actually getting both of these safes pretty far down into the mid-range here, and no clear advantage for either team just yet. Firing away his super up on top, Kenji is going to not be able to use that to bust down the obstacles like he was able to last game. Instead, it's going to be B-boy playing a bit of defense now, trying to push back PSG, who's charging up through the center, and it's going to be a great defense at that. B-boy are going to be able to hold on. They do let one sneak around, though, and that might be the loss that they were trying to avoid. Their Rely making its way into the safe, bring it down, and that's it! The game is over, and the match is decided, Ark.
PSG today have been unstoppable and will take that game and the entire match. They are today victorious. Amazing to see.
Oh, wow. It was that super from Jayco that was able to give Rely the space that he needed to roll in for that hit. Daryl coming off so strong in this heist game mode and kind of making me question if Daryl is better than Nita now in heist. Might not be quite as much reliable, super heavy, high DPS, taking advantage you know, of a lack of defenses, but still able to get those rolls in and fire off that double shotgun blast. Daryl really outperformed my expectations.
Yeah, Daryl is definitely a strong contender now in the meta. We're going to hand things over to Falcone to wrap things up then for the Asia side of things.
PSG have done it again. I said this earlier. I'm going to say it again right now. They are the global leaders, and this victory will only have strengthened their position. Our admins are working on doing the maths right now. Have they qualified for the global finals? We don't know yet. But first, let's talk about MVP. And this time, it's going to go to Rely. Rely, as El Primo, started by storming the enemy Ike in that first game, right behind the siege bot, dealing so much damage on the first push. Later on, when the siege bot was coming in the other way, he got right up in the siege bot's way, and then at the end of the match, right here, he used his gadget, which bought some valuable time, stopping that siege bot from getting to the Ike and finishing the job. Later, we saw him just waltz the ball into the goal as Jackie, and again, scoring consistently, getting in the damage, setting up Kuda Ace, well, not even setting up Kuda Ace, but getting that fantastic super shot to score. He was vital in these games. In Heist, He struggled a little bit as Daryl, but managed to get some extremely important saves on his own safe towards the end of that first insanely close game. Of course, a big shout out has to go to Kuda Ace as well for getting that finishing blow on the opponent's safe. But congratulations to Rely. Congratulations to PSG. Let's take a look one more time at the bracket and see the conclusion of this group. Though it is pretty straightforward this time around, no confusing tiebreakers this week for this group. EZGame, unfortunately for them, going to be coming in last place. B-boy in second place with a match score of 1-1, but PSG with a dominating 6-1 set performance. They're going to be taking home the victory in this group. We're going to be taking a look at what that means in terms of prize money and what that means in terms of points. Because obviously prize money is great and all, but points means global finals. $9,000 going home to PSG Esports today, with $6,000 for B-boy and $4,000 for EZGame. You can't complain too much about that coming in last. Obviously, we've got to give them some prize money for qualifying in the first place, as it is an extremely tough composition to get there. And I have just found out PSG have now officially qualified to the global finals. They are 100% in at first place, or at worst, second place. So you will be seeing PSG at the global finals later this year. That is so exciting for them. With a point score of 290, they are well ahead of the competition. We have Jupiter in second place for APAC and Japan, with B-boy in third place, but with 70. There's a really big gap there between second and third place, as you can see. But wow, what fantastic news for PSG Esports. There is Korea's leaderboard. Apdo sitting in first place with OP Noob in second. Very close between first and second place. And there's a little bit of a gap underneath second place before everyone else. But wow, that is going to be the APAC region tied up in a nice little neat bow. But we're not going anywhere yet. We're going to move swiftly into the next match. It is CODEMAGIC Purple, Cursed, Jetson, Twisty Twig, and Sun Bentley up against SK Gaming, YDE, Skyrix, and Achille. And it's time to talk about CODEMAGIC Purple. What can be said about this powerhouse of a team that is CODEMAGIC Purple? They are fourth place in the global leaderboard with a whopping 220 points. An outstanding team led by Sun Bentley. Sun Bentley, who even says he doesn't know who the hardest team to compete are. They are the best out there. Who could we possibly put them against that would give them a good competition? Well, SK Gaming, of course. Let's take a look at SK Gaming and what can be said about this powerhouse of a team that is SK Gaming. They are fifth place on the global leaderboard with a whopping 170 points. An outstanding team led by YDE. This team say the only team they're afraid of are whatever team can beat them. They are the best out there. Who could we possibly put them against that could... Wait, that sounds familiar. Who's been writing this rubbish? Oh, me, huh? I need a break. I think it's time to go back for the casters for this amazing match.
Thank you very much, Falcone, Tridd and Ark back on the mic again, and we're going to be heading over to look at this particular matchup. CODEMAGIC Purple going up against SK Gaming to kick off the European region.
Super excited. This is CODEMAGIC Purple, very similar to PSG, very consistent here, and surely on the cusp of doing a similar thing of guaranteeing themselves in the grand final. The bans for CODEMAGIC Purple are going to be Sprout, for SK Gaming, B. What do you make of that, Tridd?
The B's an unusual ban. Not seen a lot of that coming out, so I'm assuming that's probably targeted rather than just a general ban. But Sprout, yeah, we see it quite a lot. Sprout's very powerful, particularly when it comes around to Brawl Ball. But we're not going to get there until map number 4, Ark. In fact, we're going to take a look at our first map of the series. It's Layer Cake, and we're going over the bounty.
Oh, I do like to start a little bit of bounty, I gotta say. Layer Cake, classic map for bounty. We've seen things shaping up quite kind of differently with Layer Cake recently, with sometimes a bow pick with gadgets. More often than not, you're kind of looking like a Piper Brock tick kind of comp, but Jackie can kind of mix things up, and it'd be interesting to see what these two teams bring.
Let's take a look at it. We got the Piper, the Brock, and the Jackie for CODEMAGIC, and it's exactly the same on SK Gaming Ark, so they're really going to go at this exact same comp. So TwistyTwik in the middle against Akiye, who's going to be having the Piper showdown. It's the Jackies keeping each other at bay. Curse gets the first hit into Skyrix, and that will give him a little bit of pressure, but they both back off for some regen, but they leave the mid open. You got to remember, it's SK Gaming who have that star advantage right now, so the ball's in their court. Oh, yeah. Cursed. That's a bit of a poor super, my friend.
It was kind of interesting there, though. Shield kind of went more to the left to kind of like double side with Skyrix, leaving the center mid open for Twisty. Twisty, by the way, moving over to CODEMAGIC now, who was on the SK Gaming team. That's really important to note. Twisty is effectively playing against his old teammates now, and surely that is going to come into play here. The mind games and the kind of like the more mental side of Brawl is definitely going to be making a play here for sure.
Yeah, how good would it feel to be TwistyTwik to leave that team and then beat them the very same monthly fight?
I know, right?
Happened, but YDE, he's not going to be happy about that one. Takes out his former teammate, gives him the 3-star lead. Curse popping the gadget to get in close and get some territory. But now YDE can just use the Rocket Rain and blow it all up, so Gadget wasted for nothing.
Yeah, but look at this position now that SK Gaming find themselves in. Pushback way in spawn, and Curse just coming in behind that wall. Keep the pressure on the Gadget.
No. Oh, YDE! Oh, some Bentley hits him right at the end there. So they're going to equalize out to 3 stars apiece with 20 seconds remaining. TwistyTwik jumps away with the grenades and the super. 15 seconds. One tag should seal the deal. Who's going to commit to it? Will they just accept the draw arc?
A great use of super there from Twisty, just forcing Skyrix now to be completely exposed.
And charge.
Both teams maybe going for a draw here, I think, actually, in the final seconds. Oh, Shield just... I don't know if that last rocket was enough to do 1,800 damage, but nonetheless, oof.
I don't think it would have been enough arc, but yeah, that was close right there. I was kind of hoping that Skyrix would have popped the gadget and just like sped straight into CODEMAGIC, see what he can get, maybe layer it with some Brock damage with the incendiary as well, potentially get away with a kill. But I think he was all out gadget charges, and I think they just said, no, let's not risk anything here. Play it safe. We'll go for the draw, and we can get him on the next one.
Yeah, for me, the best play there was definitely Curse pushing back almost the entirety of SK Gaming into their spawn, and with that kind of like a joint attempt there to get the kill by some Bentley, that's turned the tides really to encourage that draw. Any broader comp changes? Not that I can see here.
No, they've gone exactly the same again, mate. Yeah,
I think that's wise, to be fair. Both, Shield very low, and YDE very low as well. Great shots off the bat.
He needs to be very careful right now. He's taking too many shots. Some Bentley can now push forward and claim this territory for his own and create more angles for himself. Great tag from TwistyTwik. Gadget used by YDE to get to safety. He was been in the danger zone for so long, and now he's caught between a rock and a hard place. Skyrix goes forward. Super used by TwistyTwik to get himself into a better scenario. Now a Shield in the middle, having to break away from the cover. Curse and Skyrix on the left-hand side. Backs away, so Skyrix is relieving pressure over there, but they're still struggling to get out of their spawn right now, Ark.
Yeah, good gadget use from Sunbentley as well to get away from that rocket raining down then from YDE. Worth mentioning as well that Twisty and Sunbentley do go back. This is why we're seeing such great synergy. Ironically, back in the day, you know, it was actually PSG was formed with Twisty and Sunbentley, so we're seeing that again coming to shine here with these two players. Obviously bouncing off very well with each other here, but it's still 1 star in the hands of SK Gaming. But I think things might change.
Oh, Skyrix! No, oh, what's gone wrong? You were supposed to take out Skyrix. TwistyTwik wasn't supposed to throw down. YDE then picks up another one with Cursed. SK Gaming turn around a mistake by Skyrix and capitalize on it perfectly.
6 stars now then with SK Gaming, and yeah, it's kind of interesting though, because it was back in the day it was PSG, Twisty, Sunbentley, and YDE, and now we're seeing a bit of a kind of separation. But look at this pinch going on here now with CODEMAGIC Purple. Skyrix very aggressive down.
Super Sunbentley with the Rocket Rain will find a kill. He needs 2 more stars from somewhere. Akil gonna move it around. YDE, he's low. Sunbentley trying to find the angle. Great super uses pull Skyrix in. They've still got time to do this, Ark. They just need to find a tag. Skyrix is gonna equalize it. Another drawn game.
My goodness me, those final moments then. Another draw. We've got another draw. These two teams so evenly matched. Wow.
Goodness sakes, man. Just someone win a map.
we do see this in Bounty happening a lot. It's quite common because, you know, both teams are always so professional in their approach. They know that they've got to be as aggressive as they are defensive, and you don't want to be that player that, when it comes down to it at the end of the game, it is kind of blamed for throwing the game. That's something which can absolutely cause tears and remove the concentration away from the game. So, you've got to be so careful. But that's why I love Bounty so much. It's that kind of pressure, that constant pressure to perform that I just love the most.
Well, jumping into the third attempt at round 1 of this entire series. So hopefully we can get a winner this time, so we can at least move the series along in some capacity. Skyrix going very aggressive onto Sun Bentley. We'll use the gadget and get away. Now Curse doing the exact same thing to a shield on the back line. But Skyrix gets caught out by Twisty Twix. Shot max range to give themselves a 3-star lead.
Great accuracy from Twisty. We've seen Twisty time and time again hitting those shots, landing those Piper snipes, and a great example there of just what he can do. No easy feat to take down a Jackie, and now Curse going again on Skyrix and might lose some stars. He does lose the stars for SK Gaming now. A big lead for CODEMAGIC Purple.
Good thing he had that rocket jump there. He's going to be caught by Sun Bentley. The rocket rain forces him even further away. Now he's got no cover to hide behind. One shot should do the trick, and he nails it. Sun Bentley again. This is a completely different Curse to what we've seen in the first 2 rounds. And Skyrix will also lose his life. 9 stars to 0. 1 minute remaining. And now CM can go on the retreat and keep SK at bay.
Great use of gadget there from Twisty. We don't see that too often with Piper picks, but that was what got the kill on Skyrix, and now a massive lead for CODEMAGIC Purple. And surely this will not end in a draw, but you never know. With a bit of a team wipe, who can say?
Great cover there from Twisty. Curse was actually able to do that solo. Twisty didn't even need to be there for that one, but it's good that he's going in for the support to keep his teammate alive. Whitey trying to break open some cover and make it easier to get these shots in, but it's still that 11-star lead in favor of CODEMAGIC Purple, and they're not getting closer. That is until a shield takes out Twisty Twix. 4 stars in the bank. There's still a 7-star difference. Curse also losing his life. Wow. They're dropping this down to 3. You may have jinxed it, Ark. They're so close to tying this again.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do it, but you might be right here, Tridd. We might be seeing
if they kill Sun Bentley, they're going to tie it up, and Skyrix can see him. He might want to go for it. He's got the super gadget
in use.
The speed up there. He's in range right now. He could go for Sun Bentley. He's trying to get on the back line. 262 HP. They just didn't kill him back. Chill finds Twisty Twix, but it's Sun Bentley who gets a kill to pop it up to 14. CODEMAGIC will take the first round.
My goodness me, my heart was in my mouth. And it was a great pinch. You gotta give it to SK towards the end of those final moments. Really, I felt like that they could have absolutely turned that around. But CODEMAGIC able to just hold on until the end. But boy, was it close.
Oh, absolutely. That was something that... Well, you can tell it's close when we had to play the same round 3 times, Ark. So I think that in itself speaks to how close it was. Probably our closest map in total we've had so far. We've still got another round to go. Who knows how many times we're going to have to play this second round? Like, we could go for 5 draws. I don't know. Depends what they feel like. How much do they want to troll us?
I'm down, Tridd. I'm down. I mean, this is like for me my birthday. I mean, it's just so exciting to see. And often it comes down to these moments where you get a good spawn trap, and watching it go back and forth. For me, I still stand by this wholeheartedly. My favorite game mode is Bounty.
I quite enjoy Bounty. I don't know if it's my favorite game mode. In fact, I don't know what is my favorite game mode, Ark. I just know that I'm enjoying what we're seeing right now. And you're speaking of birthdays, well, it may not be any of our birthdays, but if you're watching it is your birthday, these matches are for you.
Actually, I think it's Sulan's birthday, or was yesterday. In fact, there's quite a lot of players that are sharing a birthday around this time, which is kind of going over my Twitter feed.
Multiple maps of Bounty are for you. I'll gift you on your day of births.
What do you think now, though, that SK Gaming are going to have to do to be able to turn this around? Because, is there any kind of like brawler comp change-up which would benefit them? No.
No, I don't think they need to change anything. I think this is perfect. I think they're playing as best they can do. I don't think we're going to need to see any optimizations with brawler picks. They just need to, I feel like even though they were able to tie out through the series, I think Skyrix was being a little bit sloppy with the engagements he was taking with his opposing Jackie. I think if they tidy that up a little bit, I think they'll be fine. I don't think they need to make any drastic brawler picks here.
Yeah, you could well be right. I mean, for me, maybe a Thrower might do something, but, we often see a bit of Tick, but I think Tick's a tough one with Jackie being on the field here. So if Jackie remains in play...
he's going to get run down. He's going to get chased down.
Yeah, and Jackie's not going anywhere, right? So I think you could be right. We would likely see a kind of mirror matchup again, and just... both teams probably being more aware maybe of the previous games and what players might be likely to do or not do.
Well, let's jump into it. We'll get our answers soon enough, Ark, as we head over to round number 2 of our bounty map, Layer Cake again. So no changes on the side of CODEMAGIC, but a Poco coming out for a shield, and the BB as well. So they're going for this Slambulance composition. We love to see it.
I was actually going to say that BB could be an option. Now I wish I'd said it.
You missed the opportunity to sound smart.
I'm just going to pretend that I was doing it all along.
Look at Skyrix flank. They're going to actually pinch him in the right-hand side. They need to kill one of these players and get them space to create. Twisted Twix going to do just that. So that engagement by SK is going to backfire massively. They'll need to regroup and find an opportunity to lock these guys down.
Gotta say, I didn't see it ending that way, actually, there. It was a really, really great defensive work from CODEMAGIC working together. We are seeing that straight off the bat today. You know, especially when you have a team change, the question does beg, you know, are things going to be better or worse? CODEMAGIC looking very, very, very dominant already. And although we've seen a lot of draws, for me, they're the stronger team right now, Tridd.
Yeah, I don't like the comp change from SK. I love to see Slambulances usually, but it's just not working out for them. They can't touch CODEMAGIC. They're keeping them at range. As I say, that Skyrix does go aggressive to try and get a kill. Kirsten in range for the kill. Sun Bentley as well. They can get the stars. They've actually turned it around. I jinxed it myself. They've got a star lead at the moment, Ark, and they're able to back out with a 10-9 scoreline.
We are just jinxing this left, right, and center.
Cast a curse!
But now look at this pinch going back then from CODEMAGIC Purple, and Sun Bentley's got super twisty. Can't be far away, surely. Curse might have Gadget. It could be another turnaround here.
Need to be very careful. They're destroying cover. They're trying to get their health back. Whitey going to knock him back with the home run stance. And Curse moving in for the side. Skyrix keeps him at bay. Whitey goes forward with that protective shield. He's gone so low. Someone needs to hit him. But the healing's there from a shield to keep him alive. 8 seconds remaining. Curse goes ahead. Skyrix is under the fire. The Super drags him back in for the fight, but they're going to turn it back around. Skyrix has a shield, but it's not enough. 2 kills for CODEMAGIC, and that pushes the stars over the line. They walk away with map number 1.
I'm semi-speechless, I'm not gonna lie, because if you actually break this down, what CODEMAGIC are doing here is just so smart. It's so clever. You know, Curse timing things perfectly with Sun Bentley to ensure that both supers work in harmony, and you know, it's just a wonder to see. You know, SK Gaming had a great lead, a great turnaround, but still not able to penetrate CODEMAGIC Purple.
I think we might need to start, like, I think, has anyone called the Brock and Piper comp, like, just in general, has anyone called it an umbrella comp? I feel like the Rocket Rain, you've got an umbrella as well to keep yourself out of the showers, like, just saying.
I think you may as well crown it right now, Tridd, because you do have a talent when it comes to that kind of thing, so go for it, go for it.
Yeah, okay, I henceforth call it an umbrella comp, and if any pro players want to fight me in DMs about it, go ahead.
On Twitter.
Go ahead, they're open.
We like things public here, Tridd. Keep it online.
Well, for now at least, anyway. Got to maintain that social distancing, but I can still throw some hands.
Well, CODEMAGIC Purple take the first set of bounty. Then we're going to be moving on to Stonefall and Gem Grab, and maybe this might be where the B ban came into play potentially, with maybe more of a choice of map picks. And you know, if you're able to break a lot of the walls in Stonefall, you can open up a great deal of area to use a long range brawler. But we're not going to see Sprout, who would be also another great brawler to choose for Stonefall to lock down the fort.
I like a Rosa here. I like a Rosa on Stonefall. This goes back to that visibility issue of being able to raise those questions about where could you be. With the connector between mid and the exterior brush, it does leave a lot of things open to interpretation of where these brawlers could be, because they have that connector in play.
I'm always a massive advocate for Rosa. You know, although some of the pro team might argue she's a bit of a kind of like a low cap brawler, I think that she can be really, really dominant here. And if you're not running a Tara gadget to be able to spot where that Rosa can be, there's a great deal of area that you can open up, especially with her use of gadget. Making those pushes where you want them to be, it is a great attribute if you're playing Rosa for sure.
Okay, no Rosa just yet as we jump into our first round of Stonefall. We've got a Frank, Pam, and Ems for the side of CODEMAGIC, but it's yet again a shield on the Poco. We've got another Pam for Widey, but Skyrix again back on the Jackie.
Starts going in with a good use of gadget, going straight off the bat onto Curse. And this is where Jackie versus the Frank interaction here is very, very powerful, because you can just literally scoot in and out of Frank and just kind of get the takedown and avoid those shots. Very, very back and forth.
Just ran circles around him. Like, he just juked the super. There was nothing he could do about it. So he gets that kill early. They have got the early gem lead as well, but they've lost control of mid for the time being. So that will allow CODEMAGIC time to come back in. Twisted Trick with the slow from the super. This is so beautiful and easy for Frank to pick up damage and kills and gems, because the targets they can't escape.
Look at the amount of cover that like CODEMAGIC Purple have just decimated in this game, and already this is where Twisty's going to come into full force playing Ems. Look at this, Curse breaking even more cover. There's nowhere to hide. Sunbending will get so much value, and you know, although Wiley's obviously running the same brawler, the positioning for CODEMAGIC here is just very much more around the center where the gems spawn, and that's what's going to win the game here.
So SK, next time you play this map, right? Bring a Piper, bring a Brock. If they're going to break down territory like this, abuse it with long range. Skyrix goes in and he sits on top of a bunch of supers, gets this.
Oh my word.
CODEMAGIC just continue to walk away with this one.
Curse is just cycling here and almost got the stun again on Skyrix.
He was lucky though, because he had that invulnerability shield from Spawn.
It's a difficult time.
Forward onto a chill. The countdown's begun. Bentley has 10 gems. Curse going to walk forward and try and tank some of this damage as they retreat back into the spawn with 12 seconds remaining. Twisty comes back with the invulnerability shield to tank more of that damage as well. 7 seconds remaining. Curse is going to lock down Skyrix. Stop him getting close. He might not even give his super online. It's Cursed again with the back-to-back supers, seals the deal. And CODEMAGIC take round number 1.
Curse is an absolute fiend today playing Frank. The amount of supers in that game, cycling the way he was doing it. Amazing Frank plays. For me, Frank is a great brawler for competitive, but is a bit of a high risk. Curse showing us that no, he's absolutely not, and just wow, unstoppable, unstoppable.
Like I said, SK Gaming, bring some range to the next round of this one, because they do the exact same thing. You're going to have a very open gallery to shoot at for the remainder of the round and try and get some chip damage, plus keep you out of the range of Ems and Frank. However, is that something that CODEMAGIC will adapt to? If they see the range, will they be more hesitant to break down the cover?
I think CODEMAGIC won't play Frank next. I think they'll mix it up, because you know that you're right, absolutely right to say that if you are running something ranged, then Frank becomes redundant. But I think that is exactly what CODEMAGIC are thinking here, and I think that they've done their moment now with Frank. They're going to keep mixing things up, because you know, being unpredictable here is what does turn the tides often, and you know, you're always looking for a mind game, something to kind of like, you know, feed off to make your decision-making process a bit more straightforward. So mixing it up here would be a good strategy if I'm CODEMAGIC right now.
See what happens as they go into round number 2. Quite a dominant performance from CODEMAGIC so far, able to take down SK. So the roster moves. Twisty Twick seems like he's made the right move so far, Ark, by jumping ship over to CODEMAGIC and bringing the pain to his former team. So you've got to be wondering, have SK, are they going to be kicking themselves? Why did we let this guy go?
I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what the players want when it comes to these decisions, and you know, it's a personal decision, and it's one that you know, obviously Twisty made for his own reasons, and you know, it goes to show like that these things are often, you know, impacted by things outside of the game as well, and the mind games that can come into play. This is why we try to give you guys as much information as to what's going on in the esports side of Brawl Stars in the news.
They're doing it again. Ark, they're bringing out the Frank again.
It's bold. I mean, oh, Gale? What? Gale?
Okay, he wasn't banned. They could use the Gale here. No, right. This is your Brawl Stars Championship monthly final debut of Gale, and already using them to get to the center early to gain that control.
I was going to say Gale's surely going to tickle Frank, but no. What you've got to remember about Gale in terms of his mechanics is that his super has knockback, has stun. So basically, Whitey is now going to absolutely pressurize and stay on Cursed, because it means that Cursed can't really use his super. He can use his gadgets to use the noise cancellator to basically make that super redundant, but that's...
You've got 3 charges of that. You can't rely on that consistently.
Exactly. It's really smart.
Well, let's see how this pans out so far. They got control. They're doing a lot better than they did last time. Skyrix might not be able to juke all the damage from Kirsty. Will go down. Twisted Twick forced him out. Wiley's in a bad spot right now. Locked up by the super. And there's the reclamation of the gems by CODEMAGIC. Using the gadget to lock them back into the center. They walk straight into Cursed, who knocks them for 6 with a super of his own. This was looking so good for SK Gaming, but they've just lost control of everything, Ark, and the countdown will begin.
It worked well on paper, but here, Scorix is going to get absolutely dominated.
Oh my god, it's a massacre!
Oh my word, this is not pretty to watch. Ashill's going to try and get something down the right-hand side, but now Curse is just going to be going in ham here. It looks good on paper, but when it came down to it, you can't stop Curse if he's playing Frank.
That was the second map taken over, but they were lambs to the slaughter. YDE was like operating the mechanism, the slingshot for the clay pigeon shooting that was Curse. He was just launching these like the discs into the sky, which were his teammates, and Curse was just shooting them the second they land with a super, sending them straight to their death. That was, as soon as they lost control of the mid, that game was over.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do, really? I mean...
Not launch your teammates to their death! That's what you can do, Ark!
You make a good point there, Tridd. I'm not going to lie. And yeah, that's definitely something that maybe SK can take into the next round and into consideration. It happened the first time. I was like, okay, maybe they realized that sending their teams in like that is not going to work when the Frank can just set up damage and fast supers. And then it kept happening. I was like, okay, yeah, you clearly haven't learnt about this, so you're going to struggle a bit. Junk Park's our third map. We're going over to our Siege game type. And CODEMAGIC Purple, they are 2-0 in the series overall right now. They win this map, they go 1-0 in their monthly final run. Yeah, it's still far from over. There's still plenty of time to make a comeback here. But what you do have to say is what we're seeing is a great synergy going on with CODEMAGIC. But Heist could be a game mode to turn that. So it's not over yet.
Absolutely, and mid control given over to SK. They will look to get a bolt advantage right now as Curse moves forward with the Gene. YD going to try and get away with that bolt, and he's going to be able to do so. So first Siege going the way of SK Gaming. To see if they can get control of the mid and see what damage they can get on the Ike as that Siege bot comes rolling in.
Yeah, and with the Sprout ban as well, we're not going to see any kind of like redirects from the bot. Great pull from Curse, getting a ton of damage on Whitey, but we are going to see potentially a Gene pull to kind of replace that delay mechanic to try to...
He's not generated it enough.
Yeah, Curse...
get one online.
Yeah, Curse went for the pull on Whitey to try to sort of deflate the push, and therefore didn't have the pull to pull the bot away from the push, and taking a lot of damage in that first push, actually. 38% damage for CODEMAGIC, wow.
That's a rough first push.
Yeah.
A shield off to the side. He's got the last call, so he might want to use that on the Ike. Curse very low. The pull comes in and Twisty Twig like takes him out mid-travel. Does lose his life as well after the back of that one, so they've not been able to reclaim control of the mid. This is looking really dire for CODEMAGIC. They've not got any control of this map.
No control. Whitey's banking 2 bolts there for the next round, making it 3 to... Actually, might even bank potentially 4 here, maybe. No, not quite. Somebody will pick that up. But nevertheless, what you got to remember is the next round, regardless of what happens here, unless it's all over, it is a great start for SK Gaming already. A great bolt head start.
Absolutely, and the Ike will have some damage given over to it. They're going to drop below 50% HP. Last Siege in 26 seconds, and the bolt's relatively even. Whitey will get taken out. Pull combo into Twisty Twix damage. As the shield looks to pick one up, he's going to be alive as well. Skyrix can get away from this damage. Cursed has the magic hand. He doesn't want to commit it on this one until he finds Skyrix there. Pulls him back in as a bolt delivery system. Whitey with the cleanup as well. Stun Bentley on the right-hand side taking out a shield. Bolts being traded back and forth. It's equal footing right now with 5 seconds remaining. Whitey has to take out Curse, but the bolt goes in. That's going to be the difference maker right now. They can come back to this one. CODEMAGIC Purple. They get the level 8 Siege bot for the final Siege.
Scarix with a really important takedown there. Worthy to note, Sunbenny goes down, meaning the push might be more deflated. Barney's a great brawler in these positions to get additional damage over that wall. And this is looking good. A good pull from Curse, though. And this is their moment for CODEMAGIC.
No, the bot's gone. Didn't get any damage done. That's it. That's going to be SK Gaming taking the first round of Siege.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as someone went down, I knew that there was going to be a lot of damage that would not be dealt. And as we saw a result of that, SK Gaming pick up the win. Might get some momentum off the back of this and maybe even take this set.
Well, it would be useful for them to be able to take the map and then get themselves back into the series altogether. So we will have another attempt at Junk Park in a second as the teams get ready to pick their changes and potentially new comps coming into it. If we were to see some changes, what do you think we're going to see, Ark?
It's difficult to say. I mean, at the moment, both teams seem quite set in
they're
the
not
picks.
changing.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it would be my go-to pick here. I think BB, sorry, is a great brawler for kind of picking up bolts and applying aggression and speed, and that's something that goes a long way in in Siege, being able to pull brawlers into your Ike's radius, but additional damage being with the Gene and a thrower. Yeah, I wouldn't change anything about this comp. This for me is sheer meta right here.
That was a no Siege to kick off the first round. Widey going to break some of the own cover by being pulled through by Curse, but they will get the kill. That's what's the most important part of this is SK is starting to pull away with their Bolt lead, and it's looking more of the same from the first round. This will be effectively our first Siege as well. There's looking to be some power. CODEMAGIC Purple have equalized on the total Bolt count right now as Bentley will walk forward to try and get himself another one. Curse and Skyrex take a fight. Curse going to be the victor of that one. Pulls him through for Twisty Twig to clear out. Twisty Twig is always there for Curse with the extra damage when the pulls come in. That's consistently happened on this round. And they've got a huge Bolt lead because in 10 seconds time, they're going to have a plus level 10 Siege bot knocking at the door of SK.
It is going to be a big daddy for sure, and here it comes level 13. But
it's a beefy boy, Ark. It's a beefy boy.
Curse is making a lot of pulls on very low health as well, but that support is amazing to see.
Bentley, yet again, Bentley going down early on the push means that there's going to be such a level of mitigated damage against this Ike. They're still at 100%. They've not been able to find a connection. That was a level 13 Siege bot, and it only dealt 7% damage. Are you insane?
That is pretty good. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that in terms of a defense, let's be honest. Double balls, though. Double BB balls from Twisty, and that's going to take out the majority of SK, but what a defense. You got to hand it to SK there.
Yeah, impressive defense, but just as impressive is CODEMAGIC Purple able to climb back from a 7-bolt deficit for the final Siege as well. They put themselves in a great position to get a level 9 off the back of that one. Please, Son Bentley, stay alive and do your job. Deal some damage to this Ike. It happens too often. You need to get a connection here, otherwise you're going to win. At the moment, anyway, SK Gaming look like they can't win because they can't get a connection on to CODEMAGIC's Ike. So regardless of what damage is dealt here, CODEMAGIC going to equalize the map.
My goodness me. Like, what are SK Gaming going to have to do to take down CODEMAGIC right now? I mean...
keep killing Son Bentley. Just kidding.
My word, that was some insane offense and defense going on there in those games. Crazy, crazy.
Absolutely. And yeah, so key things to note here. So whenever CODEMAGIC or whenever Curse is getting a pull right now, Twisty Twig is always on top of him to get damage either during the travel time or when that connection lands to guarantee they're getting a kill. It's something that's not happening on the side of SK Gaming, so the kill threat is slightly less off the back of a magic hand pull. That being said, they are dealing with Son Bentley a lot, which has really removed the bite from these offenses and made the damage increase marginal when they have even high-level bots going in on the push. So need to tidy that up a little bit, and I think we could see a closer map this time around.
I just can't believe we're on match point already. This is like flown by, quite honestly, and you know, SK Gaming got to be feeling the pressure right now, and it could be over very quickly. But they have already shown promise. They have already had one game of Siege in their favor today, so we're looking to cling on here if they're going to have any chance of continuing this series between themselves. And yeah, great, fantastic pull. Skyrex is hitting those nicely today.
Okay, so they're able to have a first Siege was tied up, so it's all about the Bolt economy for the second push on this one. Widey's got the ball. He's going to get some early damage in with his super and drops it by 4%. Make that 8, so gets 2 bounces through. Son Bentley not going to get caught out by the pull from Skyrex there. That one's going to swing by as Widey drops another Bolt in the favor of SK. 20 seconds remaining. They got the kill lead. They got the Bolt lead. It's looking good for SK, Ark.
Yeah, could be an opportunity, but again, as we've seen already today, you know, staying alive is so important during this push. Great pull from Curse, does get the takedown, and the Bolt will not be banked. But you know, this is what's going to come.
Insurmountable.
You've got to have the pressure to be able to get the damage on top of the bot push. These players are so good at delaying the bot. That's the thing.
Yeah, so this is the play right now for CODEMAGIC Purple. You know you can't get the second Siege, which has just gone over to SK. You've got to play defense and hope for the last Siege, but you're already losing players. Curse isn't in position to help with the defense as well. What is he doing? Is he trying to delay the damage? This bot is still going to be able to do so much damage to your Ike. You're putting so much stock into your final Siege as they're letting this Siege bot just wail against your Ike. There's the last call coming in from a chill as well to send the extra damage. You've got so much work to do in the final Siege.
Yeah, a lot more work to do, but I kind of gotta say, I feel like that was the right play. It was a really daring play to make. It's not a position that you want to find yourself in, as Whitey can cycle BB supers on to get that last bit of damage, but if he can't get the distance close to be able to do that, it's gonna be difficult here, to be honest, for SK Gaming to do much. And if it's a really solid push from CODEMAGIC Purple, like it looks like it might well be, this could be the play here.
Okay, level 11. They got that first knockback to try and buy more time. Great Call brings Whitey in, so he's not going to be able to help with the defense as much. You've got a level 11 bot coming in right now. Skyrex going to try and pull that bot away, but Twister applying pressure to try and get him to use it early. Not able to do so. Here comes the damage. Sun Bentley's already started throwing the bottles. The bot will connect as Kurth is trying to deal damage. They're going to take it under. CODEMAGIC have done it, Ark. They put all their stock in the final play, and the dividends were paid. CODEMAGIC take our first series of Europe.
Sun Bentley stayed alive, and
yes, he stayed alive. The sun never sets for Bentley.
Put that on your Twitter header. My goodness me, CODEMAGIC Purple today look like the team for me to beat. Fantastic games. SK Gaming not quite able to do as much as they perhaps would have liked, but are not out of things yet. We are going to see them again playing Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, so we've got the Tribe Gaming debut that's going to be coming up next, and we'll talk more about that in a bit. Let's have a look at those score lines overall. Very close on Siege. You saw how back and forth it was. 1 kill difference, 2 bolt difference. The damage difference is marginal under the circumstances as well. CODEMAGIC came out on top and were pretty much dominant through most of the series, but that Siege map really came down to it. I think SK Gaming's in a great position for when they're going to be able to face off against their other opponents later today. Let's kick it over to Dan to recap the series.
There really is nothing like a close game of Brawl Stars like those final Siege games were. But in the end, CODEMAGIC Purple was able to dominate the series with a 3-0 set victory. Of course, it's MVP time, and there shouldn't be any surprise whatsoever when I announced that the MVP for this match was Cursed. It was the Frank Supers in the gem grab games. It was over and over and over again. Cursed with the super into super into super. Every single one of them hitting target. I have never seen so many back-to-back supers as we saw from Frank in these games. It was actually outstanding, and here they are. You're going to see them, I'm sure, over and over again later on in Siege. We saw Cursed switch over to Gene, and again, we've seen Gene really overperforming today, hitting those shots, getting those vital pulls in, and really making a big difference. There he is. There's the pull. That was something we saw quite a lot, actually. Cursed pulling into Twisty Twick as he would swing the bat as BB. It worked beautifully, and it was a very well-deserved win for CODEMAGIC Purple. Although we saw some amazing defense from SK, which needs to have a nod towards it. There were some really great plays there. And here's the bracket for Europe at the moment with CODEMAGIC Purple sitting on top, SK Gaming underneath. And we're going to have a brand new team for the monthly finals, Tribe Gaming, competing in the rest of the games today. We're going to have to see how they do against SK and CODEMAGIC Purple and see if they can make any big difference for the scoreboards, because as it stands at the moment, CODEMAGIC Purple are sitting pretty on top. Let's take a look at the next match coming up. It is Tribe Gaming, Spen, Tom, and Semantic up against SK, YDE, Skyrex, and Achille. So, let's talk a little bit about the new team, Tribe Gaming. Spen's role is the captain, and he plays support brawlers. Tom's role is the carry. Semantic's role is that he carries the carry. This was their words, not mine. Very interesting roles you got there, team. Tom's strategy during the qualifier was to win. Semantic's strategy was to not lose. Spen's strategy during the qualifier was to read the opponent's minds. These are some next level strategies. We'll have to see if they work against the powerhouse of a team that is SK Gaming. YDE, Skyrex, and Achille. YDE's favorite brawler is Mortis. Speaking on behalf of our casters, I can say with complete confidence that they absolutely love that. They love Mortis players, especially Tridd. Loves them. He'll confirm, I'm sure. SK are a very sporty team. They all play football very avidly. I wonder if a player's physical health gives them a buff in-game. Well, it's time to find out with Tribe versus SK Gaming.
Thank you very much, Falcone. We're going to be jumping into the game. The debut of Tribe is going to be kicking off against SK Gaming. I'm with Woody this time around. And Woody, finally, we get that UK representation I've been longing for.
Yeah, they're going to be rolling into action. But before we get started breaking this match down, I got to confer with you, Tridd, on what we just heard from our friend Falcone. Is it true that you love Mortis players more than any other?
I have to be very careful with my words, Woody, because we are on a broadcast that's live on YouTube right now. The polite and short answer is that's incorrect. The longer answer is not suitable for this channel.
Huh. Well,
yeah.
Maybe you can post a video of your own over on the social medias and let us know what you're really thinking later on.
Maybe. It's on the cards. It's on the cards. We can look at it, but what we can also look at right now is the bans. Yet again, B being banned out as well as the Sprout. So the bans are identical from our first game in Europe, Woody.
Interesting. Yeah, it seems that these brawler ban picks have been relatively consistent across the regions. You know, we see the same brawlers getting banned out across the games, and I wonder if it's targeted bans or defensive bans. This is kind of the typical question that we ask every time we see these bans come up. Are these bans that the teams have built a comp around that they don't want to have to play against one particular brawler, or do they think that their opponents are really good with a particular brawler and are trying to exclude them on that fact? If we were to ask the players themselves, none of them reported having had specialties with either of these two brawlers.
I think it's because SK are the ones who've been banning B. I think it's just a brawler that SK don't want to play against for some reason. So we'll see if that's the case. There might have been a gentleman's agreement for bans. We don't know. But Tribe Gaming now on the monthly finals for the first time ever. Spen passes the ball forward, and we're looking for a pull-in. Finds Widey straight away. Breaks some cover as well. That's a 2 birds, 1 stone super right there.
We see Tribe Gaming stacking up quite a bit down here in their push, but there's no real way for SK Gaming to be able to punish. No big splash damage that they can dish out here. That's going to give Tribe Gaming the advantage pushing in on that first hit. We saw a missed pull earlier from Akile, so that could indicate that he's playing a bit more aggressively than need be. Remember, you do want to bust down.
Oh, Spen got pulled out by Skyrix there, though.
Oh, and a big pull there as well.
Yeah, Skyrix going to be the one to take him out in that instance, so they have control of the field. They couldn't find Tom to get that second kill, but there's another pull there by Spen. Finds Skyrix as well, so they're destroying the cover. That was a cost right there to make that happen, so kind of a payback for earlier on. He was able to break some of the cover of SK with the pull, but the ball still going back into the center field.
Yeah, relatively tit for tat here going into the first game. SK and Tribe both struggling to get an advantage, but they're struggling mightily, charging up those supers and waiting for these obstacles to come down. It looks like this might wind up being a game that's all about that overtime play.
It does look certain like that's going to happen, Woody.
Oh.
Seconds remaining. Mantic going to get caught out there by Akil, and Skyrix has to dash back and get away from this one. Widey going to drop down his super to clear some space and make it easier for them moving with the ball. Skyrix could pop a gadget and try and go for a run here, but he gets pulled through. Goes to the goal line. That could have been disastrous, but he passed it back.
It's a shot.
Oh, the super going to be dropped down as well, but Tom couldn't hide in the sandstorm. This is big right now. SK, if they can get the ball into the goal, pass it over to Widey. It's an open territory. Shoots it in the corner, and SK Gaming get the first goal with 20 seconds remaining.
Very nicely done to them, busting down those obstacles and giving themselves an easy run through. Great grab from Akile, is able to give them that 3-2 advantage to push through the remainder of that defense. And once again, getting that team wipe. The nail in the coffin, not quite hammered in as hard as we might expect. Still, SK Gaming going to get that 1-0 win in this first game. Congratulations to them.
They take the first round of this map and get themselves an early lead. SK Gaming able to just exert so much pressure onto Tribe in the latter half of that round, and eventually were able to convert it to a goal. So they're not going to be downtrodden about their loss to CODEMAGIC Purple. They're on the up and up, ready to try and bounce back against Tribe. Going to see some adaptations probably come in for both of these teams as we jump round into our second round of this map.
SK Gaming, of course, the number 3 ranked team in the European region. There's only 3 teams that are going to qualify, and Tribe Gaming are nibbling at their heels, very close, but will need a stellar performance at least 1 month over SK Gaming if they want to climb that mountain. Game number 1 is not going to give them the chances they're looking for here. In terms of brawler picks, what do we expect in game number 2, Tridd, going forward?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think that we probably are going to keep seeing Jackie. That's kind of been a mainstay of a lot of these games right now, so I don't think Jackie's going to get changed off. We may see them go for more of a slambulance, where we see Poco and another beefy brawler maybe come in with a BB to be thrown into the mix with the Poco support, but I don't know. These teams could take this in multiple directions. One thing to know about Tribe is this may be their first monthly final, but you're still able to accrue points without making it to the final, so you're right in saying that they're nipping at the heels. They've missed 3 of the monthly finals, but they've still been accruing points. A couple of wins at the monthlies would get them in position for a world final performance.
Yeah, in terms of brawler picks, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen Poco very much in the past couple of months. It seems like he's been taken down relative to other brawlers like Sandy and Ems, which have been able to deal out a ton of
and Semantics.
Wow. What a charge from Semantic really early in this game, putting the first point up on the board.
So they wanted to play around here with the Spike instead, the Sakura Spike skin for Tom. They've also got themselves the Jean and still got the Jackie for Semantic, who's able to walk in. Great super to pull them back in, try and get that damage around the corner for Tom to be able to weave a shot round. But Semantic staying alive, Bass to back off. So a lot of pressure lost right now because of the regen time needed.
Yeah, we actually saw a brawler swap up here for SK Gaming. Akile had been playing Jean, but now it's going to be Skyrock's turn. And he gets a great pull there on Tom. They're going to trade brawlers in the center there. That's going to go to the advantage of Tribe, charging up through the middle now. They've got a 1-0 lead and a chance to get the goal. He shoots and misses, bouncing off the post.
That may have had more chance for success right now if Spen didn't use his gadget to push Ems back up the field, because Semantic was out of the range of the super that was slowing him down, but Tom had to get some, so Spen had to get some space in front of himself to not die. Using the gadget actually forced him back into Semantic's range, and it made it more difficult for him to try and score a goal there.
Tricky midfield play here now as SK Gaming are forced to push into Tribe, playing defense on the bottom. They've just got to hold off for another minute and they'll be able to tie this set up. But it's going to be SK Gaming now grabbing ball control and the middle, taking down Semantic. It's a 3-on-2 now and an opportunity for this power play to turn in for a goal.
They were able to get that kill though on Skyrock to turn this into a 2v2. They have exposed their goal a little bit more by breaking that cover. And now Spen's on the hunt for Widey, able to get in there and get that damage. That's great. They've turned this back around. No one scored a goal. 30 seconds remaining, and the respawns will come in time for SK for this defense.
Picking the ball up into the corner. Tribe Gaming looking to keep that ball as far away as they can from their own goal. A nice super from Tom is going to slow down Ims up top, and SK Gaming are in dire straits. The last chance to make this stab in here. Making their way downtown, but their hopes are getting dashed. Defenses from Tribe Gaming aren't holding up very strong.
He's walking forward. Oh, he can't get it. It's shot off center, and now Sky's going to be burnt down. The match is over, and SK, their only goal coming in there from Spen, will make sure that they walk away with the victory there.
A surprising number of missed shots on goal from that last game, but you know what? I guess that's what you get when these teams are playing so aggressive and have got such a quick trigger finger, trying to get that ball perfectly threaded through that needle head to make sure that opponent brawlers can't catch up in between them and the goal. But nevertheless, that's going to be a catch-up opportunity for Tribe Gaming, getting that equalizer in game number 2.
That means we'll have another round in this map before we confirm who's going to walk away with it. Another round of Brawl Ball coming on your screen shortly. Adaptations have been very slight in nature, no major passing around. Really, it's just been the players who've been playing certain brawlers that have been changing rather than the brawlers themselves, as we noted a switch on SK of who was on Jean duty for this map.
You know, Tridd, it's really a pleasure to be able to cast this match. I think that this might be our closest matched teams of the entire 6-match series that we've got today. Okay. I think that that's certainly true in terms of qualification standards. SK Gaming and Tribe both on the cusp of greatness in this European region and doing every single thing that they can to hold on to their spot. It's going to be the advantage for SK Gaming, up 70 points.
Oh my God, Semantic is just
getting
absolutely
a lot of
destroyed
momentum.
them. That was unreal. Tribe just ran straight into SK Gaming, and Semantic 2v1'd to make sure that they can make that happen. And they're not stopping yet, Woody. Great pull there by Spen, pulls him in. Pass back to keep the ball away. Semantic pops the super, pulls Skyrex in. The kill won't be confirmed. And look at this, a shield pulling Tom into the danger zone. He tries to take out a kill for himself, but will get dropped down. So everything is muted, but this works perfectly for Tribe, who already have that lead.
Magnificent attack, and Tribe will go back home happy. They're going to be playing defense for the rest of this game, just trying to keep SK Gaming off of that goal line, just like they did in game number 2. It was a winning strategy for them then. Can they get it done again? Skyrex gets a kill against Semantic, a kills pull, able to get that shot in that they were looking for there, but
Skyrex, he's going for the ball. He had the super great pull back there by Spen to release some pressure because they wanted to try and touch that ball in the back corner and get it out of this pocket. They weren't able to. The respawn came in, so did the damage kill with the great push. It's going to be Spen pulling him in and getting the kill. And now they got 1 more minute to burn. Semantic fighting.
Oh, nice.
Super. The damage isn't there, though, so it gets turned around on him. Tom and Spen were too far away to assist.
Dueling pulls from the genes on either team, but Tribe Gaming, Spen LC gets the hit off, and that's going to provide a little bit more defensive cover here. The ball's still sitting in their own corner, defending it as best they can, but it's a heavy hit from Skyrex. His super fired off against Tom, able to get the kill, and I'll Spen LC as well.
They're
That's
going to
be it. They get the team wipe, and it's a 3-0, charging in for the goal.
Going to equalize right now with 40 seconds remaining. Now Tribe can't play passive. They have to go on the aggression again, Woody. They're not going to be able to put this in the back corner. Skyrex gets caught out. They push him back afterwards as well. He's got a super. Keeps hold of it for the next time. He knows he'll have time to respawn. Semantic on the back line, being pushed away. A shield has nowhere to run. The pass back! Semantic does it again. Map number 1 goes the way of Tribe.
That is some heavy-duty work from Semantic, all the way charged up directly past the enemy lines, firing off supers, dealing massive damage. The MVP from set number 1, if you ask me, Tribe's Semantic on the offense and unaccountable. Can't be denied. Well done to him, pulling off that reverse sweep for Tribe Gaming.
It makes you think, Woody, if they could have just did that play, why didn't they do it sooner and just steal the 2-0? But they were playing a little bit too safe, I think. Tribe Gaming maybe erring on the side of caution a little bit too much. I know it's a right strategy to try and hold onto the ball, keep it away from the conflict and whatnot. But Tribe, when they went on the offense, they didn't really fail, like ever. So why weren't they just repeatedly hammering SK Gaming? It's something that's played on my mind a little bit during that match.
That's a good question. You know, their defenses were really impressive the second game as well. So being able to hold off SK Gaming, if you've got the lead, there's kind of no need to try to force a win in there. Their offense is really strong, but you really only want to have to play offense if you have to. You know, if you've got ball control on your side of the map and you can play that 3v3 with a defensive advantage, it's typically a better spot. Now, it's a bit tricky when you've got the ball set up there in the corner. If your opponents can get a team kill and wipe you all out in the matter of just a few seconds, it's possible that you don't respawn in time to defend. That's what we saw in that third game. But nevertheless, able to pull back with that offense, like you mentioned. One of the strongest Brawl Ball offenses that we've seen today. Well played.
Absolutely. We're jumping on to map number 2 now. So it's Heist Hot Potato once again. The BBs are now in play. We didn't see them on Brawl Ball. We've got ourselves a Daryl as well. Brock comes in. Great clearance from SK Gaming, and they're already onto the safe of Tribe Gaming. But Tribe's also dealing damage on the back end, but there's more members of Tribe that are having to play defense than offense right now. Yet again, though, they're still getting some good damage in, so SK are going to have to back off, but the score is still relatively equal. Achille has himself a super. He goes in on the safe as well. BB has great clearance, but has to burn the super to keep him alive. Whitey drops the rocket rain as well. This is SK Gaming coming out with a very fast victory on Heist.
And I don't know if you noticed this, but the Tribe team had gotten the enemy safe down to 12%.
Yeah.
It might have been that use of the gadget by YDE to stay alive just a few seconds longer, get that last super off. You saw it right there, the gadget to pop over the wall, dodging another shot from Tom and firing so many rockets directly at the safe. SK Gaming winning by the skin of their teeth there, giving them another opportunity to tie up this series.
Yeah, if he didn't gadget over the wall into the cover of the brush, they would have been able to see where he was. And I have no doubt in my mind that Tribe would have landed that rocket and killed him. But because he was in the brush, they didn't know where to aim properly, and so he gets away with the shot, drops the rocket rain, and then it's all over.
That rocket jump was a varsity move and something that you'd expect from a player as skilled as he. SK Gaming now once again with the lead in this second set, but will they be able to hold on to it? Tribe Gaming pulling off the reverse sweep in set number 1 have got their sights set on the same goal this time around. We're going to take a look very soon at game number 2 starting up. Do we expect any brawler comp switches? You know, we saw Daryl get used very, very well in Heist during previous matches, and I think that he paid dividends once again in this time around. Is Nita just done for in this setup, do you think?
Yeah, I'm glad you raised Nita up, Woody, because we haven't seen any Hyper Bears coming in here slamming on these Heist safes, so it looks like they're going to keep with the same compositions. I don't think that was a real good litmus test of how this was going, Woody, because it was just so fast. I don't think they had time to figure out if there was any compositional issues that occurred there rather than just play. They're letting Akie and Whitey...
Oh, it's going to be a race!
It's running, it's a base race! Let's go, Woody!
Let's go! Fire it away as fast as they can, down to the 30s, the 20s, the teens! It looks like a victory for...
Tribe
Gaming!
Woo! Let's go, Tribe. Spen able to go ahead there and be the star player on that one, but Tribe will equalize yet again so incredibly fast. Rounds of hot potato. We've seen it go both ways. Not really going to be a replay package from that one, Woody, because it was so incredibly fast. They could probably just play the entire round again as the replay.
You saw there on defense the BB from SK Gaming trying to counterbalance that massive strike that Tribe Gaming had been able to set up, but all 3 players charging in right off the bat was something that just couldn't be shut down. The 3 brawler against 2 brawler advantage for Tribe Gaming gave them way more DPS to finish off that safe early on. Well played to them, tying the series up.
Moving over to our 3rd round of Heist, and we could see a 2-0 Tribe if they play it correctly. They've just got to get one more round on the board when it comes round to Heist. Are we going to see any compositional changes? I don't think so. We're going to have the Brock, the Daryl, and the BB once again. And SK Gaming are going to match.
Let's roll the dice, Tridd. See which of these teams is going to emerge with the lead early on. This momentum can pay huge dividends later on. So is this going to be an early win for SK Gaming? They're getting a few more shots off in the safe. A big gadget use from Akili there before he gets even close to the safe, but that's going to be a damage lead for SK Gaming. YDE once again firing away, cracking off against that safe. It is taking a ton of damage. SK Gaming holding on to their clear lead, but still a lot of damage on their safe as well. This is still up in the air, Tridd.
Yeah, they're blocking a lot of shots from Whitey, but they have enabled him to now get the Rocket Rain online, which will deal a hefty blow to the safe. Gonna get some clearance. Akile is low. They get the kill here. This could be the time. Tribe Gaming, they can just wail against the safe and reclaim this lead. They don't want to die, though, so Spen's gonna back off, but they've given themselves a 20% cushion. They need to worry about their safe, though. No one's stopping them. Whitey has free reign to do what he wants. They have to commit everything to 1%, and Tribe Gaming go 2-0 in the series.
A hefty blow from a hefty boy. Spin LC's Daryl rolls into action and will not be denied. Going so far down in hit points, but that is a tanky bot. And he went the distance. Congratulations to Tribe Gaming. Another reverse sweep against SK.
Yeah? I mean, the reverse sweeps aren't that impactful when you look at the map scores. Like, yeah, again, Woody, we talked about it in the Asia group, is that we don't really see teams do a complete reverse sweep nowadays. It's back and forth, so I'm kind of fearful for SK Gaming right now because they're being put down to their last life, and they may be another team that goes 0-2 in this monthly final.
Tribe on the hunt and coming back with a huge haul. 2-0 lead now against SK Gaming, and just needing to get one more setup on the board. They could surpass their opponents in this European region with this one monthly performance. We haven't seen Tribe in every single monthly showdown going forward, but when they strike fire, man, it really blazes down to the ground. nicely done to them in the first 2 sets, and SK Gaming have really got to be asking themselves, what can they do to remain competitive in this region? CODEMAGIC Purple having defeated them in the first match of today, Tridd Gaming up against them now 2-0. SK Gaming is an awesome team, and it really needs to be said again because they've picked up the first win in both sets so far, but they haven't been able to keep that pressure up.
Canal Grand
do it in game 3.
Let's go for map number 3. So similar compositions. It's going to be the Jackie and of course the Piper and the Brock. So it's the umbrella composition yet again. As Skyrix is forcing Semantic away. Semantic's been isolated. This is really bad for Tribe if he can't get away and get some safety between them. But he will able to do so and force them back. But now there's a bit of a pinch coming in. Skyrix going low, 205 HP. They need to find a connection to get the kill. But now he retreats back.
Semantic!
He's going in for it. He wants it. The super, the rocket rain around. Skyrix finds Semantic and actually goes wrong because SK Gaming get that lead.
Wow, yeah, really nice job on defense there, catching Semantic out of position, able to take him down and getting that 3-2. Now a 5-2 lead for SK Gaming. Super impressive long-range brawl in action here today, Tridd.
Okay, so now they're pressing them back again. SK Gaming still have the lead. Skyrix backing off right now. Tom finding a good few shots. Whitey is very vulnerable. He commits the rocket rain to try and get a kill. Dodges out all of it. Whitey might have to use the gadget to get away here, and he does just that to get over the pond and back to safety. Now a lot of people are hidden behind this spawn. Cover being destroyed by Spen. He wants to try and isolate Skyrix on the left-hand side. Semantic can still hide behind his blocks and try and avoid the damage from SK that's surely going to come in.
YDE gets a great hit off on Spin LC, pushing them back a little bit more, and they need that room. SK Gaming is going to push back into their own spawn, and that is not a comfortable spot to be with 30 seconds left. They've got a 3-star advantage, but that can be all taken down with just 1 kill. SK Gaming on defense now. YDE trying his best to recover, but he needs to keep that firepower up.
Shile on the right-hand side. If I'm Semantic, I'm going in with the suit. If I had a gadget right there, I'd be going in to try and get a Shile, but he's going to stay up. Skyrix is forcing him back. They have 14 seconds remaining. Tom's looking low.
Oh, the
shot connects it and equalizes the shot. Semantic going for the kill. The super pull Skyrix in. There's no support from his team, and Semantic's able to get away from
one more
return.
hit.
One more kill. Skyrix still low, but it's gonna be a tie, Woody.
Pack it up, boys. That is not gonna be enough. We have got to get a lead from one of these teams. A 5-5-star draw off of game number 1 with an early lead by SK Gaming that they just barely couldn't hold on to, pushed back up into their own spawn. Really crack shots coming off from the SK team, but Spin LC's pressure out that left lane was more than enough to get them back on their feet.
Yeah, so we're going to have that tie. So we're going to have another round. We're going to jump straight back into it, Woody. No breaks on this train as he Tribe versus SK. Round number 1 of Canal Grand once again.
Skyrix grabs that star nice and early, but SK Gaming will be on the retreat now, pushed back into their spawn. A really uncomfortable spot for them. That 1 star is nice, but it's a lot more important to be able to get yourself into a position where you can actually earn those kills. Semantic fires off his super, but he's not going to grab any enemies. Oh, wow! Spin LC from downtown gets the killer shot to pull Tribe ahead.
Whitey's quite vulnerable now as well. Skyrix.
Another one!
Danger, he finds it! Spin! You're a madman, lad! You need to calm down! 4 stars to his name! And he pulls Tribe Gaming ahead.
Contemplates dropping that super, but he's going to hold on to it just a little bit longer here. Busting down those obstacles on your opponent's side of the map can give you a really big advantage, especially when you've got so many long-range shots coming off from both Tom and Spin LC. He's going to hold it for defense, though, and maybe use it when he thinks that he might be about to go down. Semantic in a lot of trouble over the right side. Saved by Tom. This team is on fire.
Right now, they've got a 6-1 lead with the stars. It can still swing back in the way of SK Gaming if they're not careful. 50 seconds remaining. Semantic pushes the pressure onto Whitey. Rain, he misses it all. Semantic's on the hunt. He's going in with the gadget. It's another kill. But now he needs to come back and help his team because Skyrix is about to do the same thing if he's not careful. Spen has the access of his super, drops the grenades, clears the cover, but Skyrix is still on the hunt. If he gets the super, this could go really badly. He finds Spen. It's 8-5 right now. If Skyrix gets another kill, he can equalize it once more. They are locked in their spawn. This could go wrong really quickly. Skyrix is going in. The damage is there to make him go away, but it's not over yet, Woody.
Locked in a duel of fates. SK Gaming doing their best to charge back, finally pushing Tribe Gaming into their own spawn. Skyrix doing a wonderful job at the left lane, pushing into Spin LC, grabbing that kill early on, but not able to keep the pressure
The Rocky
up.
Rain?
Trading kills is going to be still a 3-star advantage for Tribe Gaming. They take the first game.
Give themselves that early lead. pushing them to 1-0 on Canal Ground. They are at match point, Woody, and what a way to have your debut with a clean sweep against your opponents for your first match.
Nicely done, and Tribe are now at the match point against SK Gaming. If you had given me this scoreline before this set had begun, I would not have believed it. That Tribe Gaming are this dominant now bodes very well for them in their next matchup against CODEMAGIC Purple. This is a fireworks show that Tribe Gaming has put on for us, and what a spectacular game so far. But reverse sweeps have been the order of the day so far. Tribe Gaming pulling it off twice in a row. Can SK Gaming keep their foot in the door?
They're going to need to. They're going to need to put a doorstop in there, maybe switch out the trainers for some boots instead, give themselves some more durability, because it's going to be hard to maintain when you've got 3 very beefy Brits pushing against that door to close your foot in it.
Slamming it shut. Tribe Gaming have just got one more chance to pull away victorious. I gotta say, so far, out of the 3 sets, it looks like Tribe Gaming are actually performing at their best in Bounty. Really dominant showing in that second game, hot off their victory in game number 1. SK Gaming have got to continue playing aggressively just like they did that last game. Being pushed into their own spawn is not a good look, and we need Skyrix to keep that pressure up. Wow, interesting.
Oh my god, one more should do it. One more attack should do it. Semantic gets the kill. He gets out as well. Akie, though, he's going to answer. He's playing very aggressively to deal with Tom. Tom's able to cut that down as well as Whitey takes out Semantic. So it's 6-5 right now, but Tom's very vulnerable. Skyrix pops the gadget and goes for this. He might be able to get away with the kill, but too many members of Tribe are alive. Super is an option if he gets in close to multiple enemies.
The lead once again for Tribe Gaming. All 3 brawlers stacked on the same side of the map. SK Gaming have got a beautiful spread using that super against Semantic, trying to pull him in. Skyrix is going to get a few shots off, but not able to finish him off. Akile gets a nice hit, but can't land the kill. It's going to be once again a rebalancing here. Tribe Gaming pushing in hard from the left, trying to get SK Gaming back into their spawn. Skyrix going to sneak around to the backside now. Can he get them out of position?
If he tries to sneak round to the backside, it might force Tom and Spen to go aggressive in the mid to burst open the hole that is only being kept back by Skyrix. But instead, they send themselves Semantic down to the bottom to deal with him and keep them at bay in the mid right now. Lead still in the favor of Tribe Gaming. They got 45 seconds between them and their first victory at the monthly finals.
Brock's Incendiary from Tom is really giving SK Gaming a hard time at pushing into the middle of the map. That area denial is super hard to get past. Akile taking a hit here is going to have to sit back a little while. And
Semantic, he's low in the corner. Skyrix is locked down here.
Whoa!
Get a shot in. 7 HP. He's going to be found out. 7-6 right now.
Oh, the counter!
And Spen finds the kill on Skyrix. 9-7. 20 seconds remaining. This could still swing back in favor of SK.
Tribe Gaming in the lead, 10 seconds left before they win this whole match. SK Gaming need a clutch kill right now. Whitey and Akile charging in, firing off, but no hits yet. Semantic takes 1, but that's not going to be enough to take him down. Skyrix gets a great super, but can't find a kill. SK Gaming defeated by Tribe on the march to victory.
Their first performance at the June monthly finals, and the first performance at any monthly final, and Tribe walk out with the big W against SK Gaming. You love to see it. Spen, Tom, Semantic, the boys from Britain, take a bow. You've played fantastically today, and you've made this fellow Brit extremely proud.
Oh, Tridd, I knew you were cheering for your teammates there, or your
teammates,
your countrymen.
Woody, they're not supposed to know. They're not supposed to know.
Your fellow Brit. Sorry, we haven't announced that yet. That's still on the down low. Tribe Gaming surpassing the 200,000 damage dealt mark on that last round. Very important to know, as this is Bounty. It's all about getting kills on opponents. Tribe, the winners in this match overall with the 3-0 smash. We're going to head over now to Falcone to close this one out and queue up the next match.
I couldn't have put it better myself, guys. What a fantastic debut performance, wiping out SK Gaming, who we've been looking at as one of the strongest teams in the Brawl Stars monthly finals. But MVP time! And you know what? Woody shouted this out in the first set. I'm going to give it to Semantic, who was dominating through and through in the first set. He was dealing so much damage as Jackie, hitting multiple targets with his super over and over again, really dominating the playing field and guaranteeing that the team get the goals. You saw a goal scored there nice and fast, and the damage just coming in thick and fast, finding himself in these sneaky positions to get that damage in. In Heist, in Bounty as in Heist is BB, the knockbacks were consistent, and then back to Jackie for Bounty. He would wait and find the correct moment to jump into the action and claim those cheeky stars. It was an amazing set of performances all around. But now, it is time for the real test for Tribe as we take a look at the bracket and where our group is today. CODEMAGIC Purple have a win. Tribe Gaming have a win. Only one of them can win this group as they have both dominated SK Gaming. It is time to decide who the Titans of Europe are this month. It is going to be our new team, Tribe Gaming, up against CODEMAGIC Purple. This is a match that I have been looking forward to throughout the entirety of the last couple matches against SK Gaming. Spen, Tom, and Semantic up against Cursed, Jet and Twisty Twick, and Sun Bentley. Let's talk again about our new team, Tribe Gaming. Spen had a lot of nice things to say about his teammates. They're both amazing players. Tom is an amazing content creator. Semantic is underrated and one of the best players in the world. His teammates weren't so kind though. Tom says that Semantic only plays games to get star player, and that Spen has never hit a gene pool. Semantic says his teammates are lazy. They're sometimes perfect, but regularly ditch him to play power play with the enemy? Ah, poor Semantic. Let's move on to CODEMAGIC Purple. Of course, Cursed, Jeton, and Twisty Twick, a team we have seen so much of in these monthly finals. If Jeton wins the championship, he's going to spend all of his money on useless stuff. Wonder what useless stuff means. Twisty Twick, on the other hand, says he'll help his mum. We asked them to say something about their teammates, and Sun Bentley said their teammates are strong with good mentality. Jeton said they're fun to talk to, and Twisty Twick, completely out of the blue, said, "We have the best strategy." Well, it's time for us to see that strategy in the final match of the day.
I just love this Falcone. If you've kept an eye on the Tribe Gaming Twitter account, they've now got themselves yeeting SK Gaming off of a cliff. Well done to them, moving up in the ranks and challenging CODEMAGIC Purple next.
I absolutely cannot wait for this game. Tribe Gaming, last year's champions versus CODEMAGIC Purple, who we've seen today, so strong. All I know for sure is that one of these two teams is going to get slapped with a big fat GG for that. But the bans are in, both teams banning Sprout. Oh, that's going to mix things up.
This is the highest stakes match of all day today. SK Gaming now down for the count. We have got Tribe Gaming Ascendant and CODEMAGIC Purple seeking to secure their spot in the European qualifier here. We've got a double Sprout ban from both of these teams, so they're in accordance on this matter, but I expect to see great disagreements moving forward as to how to proceed. Hard Rock Mine will be the field of battle today, Ark.
A classic gem grab map, bringing to light a lot of brawlers that I think can do a lot in terms of spawn trapping and aggression. And this is what we see from both of these two teams, are very aggressive teams. So I think we're going to see a lot of Jackie, a lot of Rosa, and just kind of a lot of choke holds being made. I just cannot wait. Fireworks are going to be going off, that's for sure.
Yeah, these are two teams that don't waste a millisecond. They will be charging in heavy and fast. Expect to see some of these games maybe even closing out before the timer counts down. Not going to be the case, of course, in Gem Grab, though, as it's all about getting to that countdown as soon as possible and then keeping your opponent's gem count down. You got to get to 10 to win. Spen LC is going to start things off, grabbing those first two in the center, while CODEMAGIC Purple work a bit harder on positioning.
Yep, a mirror match straight off the bat then. Spen getting pressurized from the right by both Twisty and Sun Bentley. Gets their takedown. Those gems are sitting there for Semantic to the rescue with that with that Jackie gadget there.
Yeah, Tom playing very cautiously here, expecting to see him grab those gems, but they're all going to be sitting in the middle of the map, instead focusing on brawler kills. It's going to be 4 of them, all to grab by Twisty Twig, and a big lead now for CODEMAGIC Purple as we go into the mid stage of this game. Remember, CODEMAGIC Purple picked up the win over SK Gaming, and will be seeking to do so again to cement their spot at the top with Europe and MEA up for grabs right now. Clash EU not qualifying for the regionals this month means that there will possibly be a new champion in the region. Will it be CODEMAGIC Purple?
Yeah, this is the question now on everyone's minds, and I've got to question myself, like whether those gems being left there by Tom was the right move. I think so, because the idea there being to kind of leave them for Spen. He doesn't really want to take the gems himself, so we can go a bit more on the aggressive. And takedown, though, however, by Twisty is going to be... Oh, the jump just cleared the shots from Tom, but Twisty low. Semantic looking for the pickup here. I think he should be safe, but my goodness me, this is going to be close at the end. Can Twisty hold on?
Oh, he's down!
Does get the takedown from Spen, but it is returned equally as fast. But we've reset the countdown. My goodness me.
Yeah, all it's done here is reset the countdown, but hey, when you're about to lose, all you got on your mind is getting that countdown finished off. Another charge in here, firing away at some Bentley. Haven't gotten much damage off him just yet. That countdown is getting clear. There it goes. CODEMAGIC Purple for the first win in this set.
My goodness me, what a way to start things off them, and it is going to be CODEMAGIC Purple to pick up the first win. Interesting to see both teams going with the exact same comp. Will have been scrimming, no doubt, throughout the week, non-stop, and does seem like it's working out well for both teams. Now will one of these two teams make the switch? We've seen Curse today popping off with Frank. We know that Spen is a great Frank. Maybe we'll see something crazy happen next.
Ben with precise perfection, though, playing long-range brawlers. I expect to see him come back with more of that. I think that those heavy damage hitters like Brock and Piper can be very helpful when the map is as open as this. And as we saw last game, even though they couldn't get the win off of it, they were able to stop the countdown multiple times. They were able to get early control of the middle of the map. They just need a little bit more to put them over the line. I expect to see a relatively similar brawler comp from both teams coming into game number 2.
Yeah, I think they're going to probably stick with the same comp. It just would be an ideal chance to mix things up. And we've seen, actually, worthy to note that Tribe do have a tendency of being quite unpredictable. Having watched a lot of the qualifiers taking place, a lot of the times they will make a change to throw off the other team. Yeah, for the minute, I think it was working out for both sides. It was just slightly more in the favor of CODEMAGIC.
Oh, well, we are going to see Tridd's favorite Slambulance coming back in. I see a Pogo finally making his way onto the field for Tribe Gaming. Spen LC going to be the heavy out in front here, playing Rosa, dropping bushes all around the map to try to get himself topped back off. He's going to be playing the heavy, trying to provide some cushioning for Tribe Gaming to grab those gems, making their early lead points count.
Gotta say, I love this from Tribe. This is the Tribe that I know and fully expected here. I really like the Poco Rosa comp here, especially if now they can gain mid-control here. Spen is going to be in a great spot here to hold back the onslaught from CODEMAGIC coming out their spawn here. A really, really good change for me.
Oh, the charge in from Spen says, you want to pull me in, bucko? Let's do it. Dashing the hopes of CODEMAGIC Purple with the heavy-handed punch of death. Symantec with 8 gems now, and it looks like CODEMAGIC Purple have just been completely wiped off of this map. Tribe Gaming dominant with this double Buster Slambulance setup.
Yeah, I don't think CODEMAGIC really saw it coming. I think that they felt that it was going to be another mirror matchup. No need to kind of do anything rash. And now this looks like going to be a comfortable takedown, unless Curse can have anything to say about this. There is a good pinch going on. It must be said the suck is good semantic, but the hill from Tom is equally as strong. And that is going to be the equalizer in return from Tribe.
Well, I know you know a good suck when you see one, and you gotta shout it out. Those supers can come in so handy, and right when you need them most to keep your opponents off of your own team's gem carriers. Well done there to Tribe Gaming to equalize in this first set. Very close game so far, and it's all going to come down to our third.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do now if you're CODEMAGIC? How do you approach this? Like, because Tribe could quite easily just go back to the comp they had at the beginning and take advantage of any kind of interior team change to match the comp that they've just now brought to the table. So, you know, this is what I love about Tribe is they do this a lot. They keep it fresh and kind of always keep you guessing. And that's a dangerous place if you're the opposition.
All right, I don't know what CODEMAGIC Purple could do to crack through that Slambulance comp. It seems like those long-range brawlers with heavy damage coming out were just not enough to find a way to knock that Rosa down. Would you expect something maybe more like Ems or Standy to be able to give enough consistent damage output and keep that kind of middle range to be able to shut that down? Or what is the hard counter to the comp that Tribe Gaming just brought?
There's a variety of things you can do. Ems is quite a good shout, and as you say, Sandy can basically show up Rosa in the bushes. I, to be honest, would just kind of go with Rosa myself. I mean, you know, you're going to be able to then, you know, have that interaction on the side lane between yourselves, and ultimately, sometimes it is better to match than it is to try to hard counter. You know, I think you can't really go wrong with Rosa on Hard Rock Mine. If she gets within that radius in your spawn, you're really kind of at the mercy of her, and especially playing like a gem carrier like a Piper, it's a difficult place to be. You might want to swap out to like a Gene gem carrier, for example, in those circumstances. We'll have to see what CODEMAGIC do under these circumstances, but mixing things up is great to see on the pro circuit. Is that Frank?
It is.
Cursed is bringing out the big guns, and we're going to see Frank again today. Already proved today that he is a dominant force to be reckoned with that particular brawler.
Well, if the measure of victory is going to be versatility, we are going to very soon see which team will pull ahead, playing multiple different brawler comps in each of their games so far. Tribe and CODEMAGIC Purple are evenly matched in this set, but we can only have one team emerge victorious. It's going to be Frank by Curse trying to get the big heavy hammer brought down on his enemies. He hasn't been able to sneak past this big line of defense yet, though, and I gotta say, I'm not sure he's going to be able to either. Semantic is getting some great hits off, and with his super up now, that's going to be a lot of damage to have to break through.
Yeah, the Mr. P pick is definitely going to go in Semantic's favor here with Curse playing Frank, but already Tribe looking to break as much of that territory. Great snipes from Spen from the spawn. A very difficult place when you're pressurized in that respect there, but nonetheless, a great response. But yeah, they want to shut down Curse. They want to try to create as much distance between themselves as Curse as possible, which by breaking the bushes and breaking these walls and opening up the map is going to allow Spen and Tom to do their job, and they are already on countdown.
Frank is really deadly when you've got that full team 3v3 action going on, but on his own, he's one of the weakest brawlers in the game. He moves so slowly, and with plenty of cover to be able to hide around. Tribe Gaming had his number looked up far in advance. Congratulations to them pulling off a victory in set number 1 with, once again, the reverse sweep.
Well, I mean, you know, coming out of the gates, again, you've got to remember, guys, we've yet to see until today Tribe Gaming on a monthly event, and what a time to be in the lead against CODEMAGIC Purple, who today have already shown us that with some team changes and some new lease of life, as well as having qualified for every month, a great place to find themselves here with an early lead on Gem Grab, looking strong today for sure.
Genius plays from Tribe Gaming. They have really brought the hatchet down in set number 1. CODEMAGIC Purple are going to be struggling to come back now. We have seen time and again that whoever claims the first set gets the big momentum swing in their favor. CODEMAGIC Purple are now going to be back to the drawing board, trying to figure out what they can do against Tribe. I know that these teams have been matched up before. Do you know what the dynamic is between the players on these two teams, what they can expect going forward in set number 2?
They know each other very well. This is the thing, that when you're scrimming against each other frequently and you just kind of watch and observe as much as these players do. That's the thing that we don't really ever kind of remember, I guess, is that these players are always analyzing each other. So they're very much aware of their strengths, their weaknesses, and they'll be looking to exploit that as much as possible in their choices of brawler picks. Maybe we'll see as well, as we saw in previous games, Tribe will often bring out the Gene Shelly combination on Brawl Ball. They haven't chosen to go with it yet. We're seeing a lot of range being put into play here today against these two teams. But I'm waiting to see that. I'm waiting to see the Gene Shelly comp, because it's very, very strong.
brawlers falling apart all over the map. It looks like it's going to be a Brock duel now with all their teammates going down. Tom with the advantage, pushing Sun Bentley back with another nice hit landing toward the end there. He's going to have his super charged up very shortly and will be able to get a lot of pressure on these enemy obstacles. Pam doing her best under the careful guidance of Cursed here to set up that turret as soon as she can. There it goes over onto that left side bush. Going to provide as much healing as possible, but Tom knocks it down only seconds after it's deployed.
Yeah, you gotta love these uses of Brock Gadget, and Tom is definitely very, very good at judging that accurately. Twist is gonna break the walls here, which will definitely cause a bit of a problem, but a return super from Tom is gonna allow a bit of breathing space for Tribe to push up, and if Semantic can earn his super, he'll be absolutely looking to do the same to the CODEMAGIC defense line as well.
4 boxes busted down, and yeah, just like you mentioned there, Semantic going to be using a super of his own, grabs 6 of those boxes, a much bigger hit there thanks to Semantic, and a chance to get the score in here. Not going to be charging in this time, though. It's going to be Cursed on the counterattack, defending that safe line and holding on to it, even if just barely. CODEMAGIC Purple are in dire straits, though. A lot of their boxes have been busted down. The ball is on their side of the map, but a spread out Tribe Gaming team will not be denied, forcing their way into this enemy field.
Could have had it to Sun Bentley there. Did a good job on defense. Not an easy place at all when you're under that much pressure, and it could have easily resulted actually in a Tribe goal with just himself being alive. But now maybe CODEMAGIC able to get some momentum here with some good shots from Twisty and pressure from Cursed. And the ball pretty much back to the center, and all reset with only 30 seconds left. It's going to be a goal or overtime.
Rolling back up now, Spin LC and Tom are putting a ton of pressure up on the CODEMAGIC Purple defense. As a super from Sun Bentley, not enough to send them back. He goes down, and this is going to be a 2-1 advantage here for Tribe Gaming, but unable to break through against that Cursed line of defense. We're going into overtime.
Somebody pocketing the ball there. I think that's probably a wise choice because Tribe were in a very, very dangerous position there to take full advantage of these boxes going down. They are down now, and now we're going to see where the range is going to make a play. I think the Mr. P super being down on the map is actually going to come in to help Tribe in just a minute if they can continue this aggression. Semantic over the ball, can he get the pass?
What?
Over the goal!
Oh my goodness, right on the line! But it doesn't cross over, and that will still be anyone's game. CODEMAGIC Purple's defenses have held on by just a smidgen. Tribe Gaming charging in, but cannot get the goal they're looking for. It's going to be an equalizer now, back to the midfield. A super from Twisty, passes it over. The cross, no good.
Spend is fighting for his life. This gadget. He doesn't have
Oh!
the goal. Oh my goodness me, CODEMAGIC by the skin of their teeth at the end do claim the round. My word, Woody, that was close.
Brilliant plays from Spen LC on defense, but he could not do the job alone. CODEMAGIC Purple barely able to hold on in overtime from a close shot from Semantic that seemed, to me, you know, if I were a ref, I might have said that was over the line, but nonetheless, CODEMAGIC Purple taking that final opportunity to get another shot in. Twisty Twig with just, what was that, like 300 hit points left, would have gone down to just one more shot from Mr. P, but with milliseconds on his side, fired off that last round to get the first goal.
It had it all. It absolutely had it all. I thought Semantic might have gone for the pass when that ball was pocketed to get it towards someone to get the shot off, but he went for the goal. A valiant attempt. I mean, that was that was.
Wow. Your mind is exploded, Ark.
Yeah.
I can't blame you. It's hard to watch gameplay of this caliber and not wonder how these players can calculate to such precision their moves. Especially when so much is on the line, you know, thousands of dollars at stake and so many points toward the global leadership, the global leaderboard for the finals at the end of the year. Tribe Gaming and CODEMAGIC Purple have got a lot on their minds right now, but CODEMAGIC Purple finally getting another win on the board and hoping to prevent the reverse sweep that Tribe Gaming pulled off in set number 1.
Yeah, momentum is a dangerous thing, and you know that might just be enough to get CODEMAGIC kind of moving a little bit, functioning a little bit, thinking a bit more outside the box to kind of be able to get more of a stronghold over Tribe, really. And no doubt we are going to actually see some brawler comp change of a lot of switch ups. Twisty going with B, B's all over the place, and this is a really interesting comp, gotta say.
I think that Tribe have got it clearly far and ahead this time. They've gone all in on the long-range brawlers, and that can pose really well up against two close-range brawlers from CODEMAGIC Purple running that Slambulance comp. Not going to get much of any chance, as I see it, to break through this Tribe gaming line. It is going to be consistent offense from Tribe until they finally break through, but I don't expect that it's going to take that much longer here.
Tribe got the wall breaker. Tom is doing a great job of just exposing so much of the map here, but the Poco here could be a really dominating force if CODEMAGIC can break through here. Semantic, I think.
What?
Tom clearing the ball. Oh my word! Tom might be able to score this from this position. Is it going to go in?
Oh, again, it stops right on the line arc. Afraid to even pick up the ball for fear of pushing it even half an inch closer past the goal line. Twisty grabs it and he'll send it back into the midfield. But wow, it seemed like CODEMAGIC Purple had got their one long-awaited opportunity to score, but couldn't capitalize on it. What happened there?
If this continues on this way, I think we're going to have to pose to the Brawl Stars team that we require a goal line referee, a super pass. The time is great, and this is a great chance for Tribe. They are going to capitalize and get the goal. My word, this is exciting to watch.
Wow, finally, after 3 shots right on the line, 1 passes, if just barely over. CODEMAGIC Purple with that first win, but haven't been able to keep it up again. Finally drilling back through that Tribe gaming line of defense. Sun Bentley, since the crossover, but that obstacle line is really hard to break through, and Curse just not able to grab that ball as quickly as he had hoped. Only 25 seconds left, and it's looking like Tribe Gaming are going to walk away winners with just their first goal.
Yeah, I mean, Curse was so close. I know what he was trying to achieve was just pick up the ball as quickly as possible. He didn't quite get it on the first attempt, which meant the second attempt came a little bit late. And I think that might have actually, it's too close to tell, but that may have been a CODEMAGIC goal there. And it is going to be now Tribe that will take the win and level things up here. Actually, no, they're going to be winning the set of Brawl Ball. My word.
I think it's a tie. I think the set is tied up 1-1 now between Tribe and CODEMAGIC Purple.
You're right. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I was looking at the rounds. Yeah, absolutely. Oh my word. I can't even keep track, Woody. It's too much.
Just look at that shot from Tom milliseconds before Poco finished him off and doing his best with that super to get that ball as far as he could toward that enemy line. I can't believe that it didn't cross, but still, Tribe Gaming coming away with the win in game number 2 and looking for another. It's like their signature move now to pull off the reverse sweep, right?
It does seem to be in fashion, just as balls being on the line seem to be as well. I mean, I can't keep track on everything that is going on right now. It's too insane to see this. By far, I think the closest matchup that we've seen today. Absolutely.
All right, well, game number 3 will be starting up shortly between Tribe and CODEMAGIC Purple. You don't want to take a second away from this match. Make sure to, by the way, follow us here and subscribe as well if you want to get more Brawl in action. We're going to be doing this monthly until the grand finals this year. So we hope you stay tuned here and also over on social media where you can keep an eye on all the new Brawl Stars news and get details about the new brawlers that are coming out before they even get released. All the information about the new Brawl Pass is going to be available to you by following us here and over on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and all that good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep a track on everything that is going on because, as you can see from today, it's heating up. It's heating up fast. We've already seen PSG breakthrough as being the first team to be guaranteed a spot in the grand final. And, now we're faced off with Tribe and CODEMAGIC doing their thing. Today has had it all.
All right, we're going to see once again that triple long-range sniper setup from Tribe Gaming. B, Piper, and Brock moving in. It's going to be a bit more of a well-rounded, balanced setup from CODEMAGIC Purple using Pam to try to get some beefy charging action in here. She's got a ton of hit points and can take quite a few blows before going down. It's going to be Spin moving up now, though, sending the ball right in past the enemy line of fire. It's going to be... Well, what is it going to be, Ark?
Some Bentley being a distraction, I think. It meant that Tribe were more concerned with taking him out than the push that was coming back away from the spawn of Twisty and Cursed. And, you know, that made a big difference to the push that Tribe would have otherwise had on the situation. So a great play from him for me.
Continuing to duke it out in the midfield now. It's going to be an advantage for those long-range brawlers the later on we go through this game as these obstacles get busted down. A nice shot there from Tom finishes off Cursed over on the left side of the map, and that's going to be a good opportunity for Tribe Gaming to move forward once again, sending the ball into the bushes over there and getting a few more pop shots off against Sun Bentley. Anytime you've got that 3v2 brawler advantage, you want to make the most of it. Spin LC getting that free to taking it down, and it's now a 3-1. Pop off that rocket rain and fire it in. Tribe's Tom scores!
What a time to bring the fire then. This is going a great way for Tribe to be able to secure then the second set. CODEMAGIC now have got to be a bit shaky. This is a great chance for Semantic. The super is actually stopped, but Tom with the finish to secure it. My goodness me. Tribe are on fire today.
Marching through the forest, getting their first game loss, but picking up 2 in a row to follow. The reverse sweep, you gotta get the broom out of their hands, CODEMAGIC. You can't let them keep getting away with it.
I mean, I still can't get over the fact that Tribe Gaming have only come in to a monthly LAN today. For the first time throughout this competition, this is the first monthly live event that they're competing in, and that they are absolutely dominating currently. CODEMAGIC Purple have been so consistent week upon week, month after month, and Tribe are smashing it right now.
I'm seeing a ton of hashtag Tribe win in the chat. Fans of this European team finally finding their favorites ascendant in the European region, victorious in their first match, and now with a dominant lead against CODEMAGIC Purple, a team that had seemed to be on the path to World Finals qualification. Can they keep it together?
I mean, you know, it's a great time to bring it because, you know, they're cutting it fine. Let's be honest. You know, we are now, you know, over like halfway through the competition. So there is still that chance. And whilst there is still that chance, they're going to be bringing it with everything they've got because, you know, you've got to remember Spen and Tom have been here last year. They are the last year's winners of the World Finals. So they can taste it and they want it again. And this is the time to do it.
All right, we'll be playing Siege on our next set. The final chance for CODEMAGIC Purple to get a set win before things are spelled out for Tribe. It's going to be Semantic playing BB, charging through and trying to bash back. Cursed running that Gene setup. Actually, both teams will be playing Gene, so it's all about those pulls, trying to deny access to the bolts. But CMP with an early lead that you can't deny. The level 4 Siege bot grabbing all 6 bolts that spawned here in the first stage, Ark.
Yeah, I mean, the comp is good. The Spence definitely wishing he had super right now. Tom with the gadget to delay the process, and worthy to note that Spence is running magic puffs as well, which Tom was benefiting from. But nonetheless, CODEMAGIC going to be getting a decent amount of damage for the first push and do have the control. So looking to be potentially a better round here for CODEMAGIC maybe, but maybe too early to tell.
Just a great hit early on here for CODEMAGIC Purple. 32% damage peeled off that Ike, and another chance to send another Siege in. They're not even worried about getting a really strong Siege bot. They're just kind of bulking up on those bolts and doing their best to keep that count high while keeping Tribe Gaming out of the center of the map. CODEMAGIC, this has got to be the most dominant game that we've seen from this match so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Definitely a much more composed, collected, more confident CODEMAGIC that we're seeing right now, looking to make short work of this round of Siege potentially, and it looks like it could all be over here for this game if this damage keeps going in. 8% left. Surely some Bentley Super is going to finish things off. The cancellation from Spen is good, but not enough to secure it, and CODEMAGIC are going to start to maybe gain some momentum here as we go in to the next round of Siege.
Burn it all down. Tribe have built a fortress on CODEMAGIC Purple's graveyard, but it looks like the CODEMAGIC team have finally been able to come back from the dead, resurrected now in this set number 3, picking up the first win. But I hate to remind you that Tribe Gaming have pulled off reverse sweeps in every single set so far.
Yeah, that's a really, really solid point. Absolutely, you can't look past that fact. Having said that, though, if CODEMAGIC can get this next game, they'll be able to breathe a sigh of relief here, and they really do need to do that. I don't think we're going to see any kind of mix-ups of brawlers. No, they are going to go with exactly the same comp. It is the meta comp, I would say, for this map. So it really just comes down to who outplays who here.
Tom gets a good grab there, snagging that bolt from the middle of the map, but it's going to not be able to follow up very well. CODEMAGIC Purple grabbed 2 kills now, finishing off Spin LC. Congratulations to Tom. I got to hand it to him, man. He got the 3 bolts, and that'll be a siege bot for Tribe Gaming. But wow, CODEMAGIC Purple, I think despite getting kind of unlucky on those bolt spawns, we're holding on to the center control of that map, and still bodes pretty well for them going into the second stage.
Yep. Finally, a bit of a push going on here. Semantic lining up the BB super there. Nicely done, getting some good value. 3 hits, I believe, from that. And now Tribe looking to kind of regain themselves in this into air. Mispull from Spen, though. It's going to allow Twisty to continue to run right here. Semantic with a shutdown. Pull from Cursed is good. But I think Tribe are able to hold now.
Firepower sending them back. CODEMAGIC Purple super getting a little bit of area denial for Tribe Gaming. We are tied up on the siege score right now. One more big bot could be decisive. It's going to be an attack from Tribe Gaming with a level 5 siege.
This is going to be interesting to see how CODEMAGIC can defend, if they can even defend this push. Tribe with 2 pushes now are looking to be in a much better position.
Well, you said it, Ark. They've got a 5-bolt advantage, though, and CODEMAGIC Purple are going to finally be charging back in, trying to get that last and final siege bot to give themselves a chance at victory. They don't even need to, keep pace with Tribe Gaming. They could get fewer bolts overall as long as they're able to make the most out of this last and final push. You'll know that they'll be marching in with that siege bot as big as they can build it, the better chance they've got of victory. They've got a 42% Ike hit point deficit right now, but that's something that they can definitely overcome, especially with a level 10 siege bot. That's going to be hard to deny. Tribe Gaming on defense now.
Spen with a little tickle that does get super on pull. But this is a massive play for Tribe to be able to get rid of some of the CODEMAGIC team. Twisty running straight in to the BB gadget. Can this defense take place? It is looking like a fantastic defense from Tribe.
Wow!
My goodness me! What a defense from Tribe when it mattered most. My word, Woody, what are we seeing today?
Probably the least damage from a level 10 siege that we have seen in a very long time. Certainly the best defense I can recall from today, Ark. Well played to Tribe in classic fashion, dropping the first game and taking game number 2, really looking up their opponents and finding them wanting.
I think we are doing a great job, by the way, of jinxing everything today, Woody, because it looks like Tribe might just do what you just said. They've had reverse sweeps today in these rounds, and this could be, with match point on the cards, that happening in motion.
Look, if you want to, call this reverse sweep a sort of skill, I would definitely attribute it to adaptability, being able to identify the weaknesses in your opponents. And even if you lose a game, being able to pull back through and knowing how you've got to get your brawlers set up to deny that same advantage that your opponents were able to build the first time around. So CODEMAGIC Purple are actually going to get the lead now in game number 3. The final tiebreaker for this set is going to be off to a great start for the Purple team up top.
Yeah, they absolutely need this. It's so important. I cannot stress so to obtain this first round, because it really can cause everything else that follows. Oh, a bit of a misball from Twisty spins to tell us, I know, guys, before you write in the chat, I know that I missed that. But nevertheless, the push is the important thing. And if CODEMAGIC can continue to hold the mid-control here, a great start for them.
Yeah, and actually an incredible first bot. Only a level 2 bot, but peels almost half of the hit points off of that Ike. CODEMAGIC Purple have just come back and with an absolutely dominating early run in this game number 3, firing away those shots left and right and landing pretty much every single one of them. Finally, a chance for Tribe Gaming to come back as Twisted Twig is brought down, but the bolt advantage for CODEMAGIC Purple is still insuperable. Tribe Gaming will have to rely on their defenses yet again and grabbing that third and final siege bot.
Yeah, I mean, it might have been too little too late. A pull from Spen, though, is good. The knockback actually might have gone into Twister's favor, who pops his gadget in return to gain some much-needed health. And this could be it in this round of Siege. If this push can be strong, I think actually, no, Spen deflating a bit of the CODEMAGIC push here could be crucial. It's not going to be much.
The last defense from Tribe Gaming that they'll have to hold on to. They've just got to focus all on offense now. It's getting that bolt score as high as you can. It's supporting this siege bot with everything you've got. Tribe Gaming have got one more shot to close out this match series right now, stacking up every single bolt that they can. 10 seconds left to do it.
It comes down to this. Every bolt matters now, and it's going to have to be a big, big, solid, committed push for Tribe to do this if they can. A level 10 is what they wanted. That will give them a little bit of a boost, much better than a 9, and they are staying alive. A pull from Curse is actually quite smart to bring the bot back as early as possible. Spen staying alive. Great pull from Sun. This could be it, Woody.
Tribe has assembled a Megazord, but it can't find its way onto target. Great pull from Cursed is going to give just enough space to keep this bot off long enough. Well done to CODEMAGIC Purple, a big old siege bot as the time ticks out, but it doesn't get the damage in. That's going to finally be the win that they had been looking for so long.
I gotta say, I felt that Tribe had this in the bag, but massive, massive props to Curse to pull the bot the way that he did. We've seen this since a bit of the Siege rework, that at the end of the countdown, the bot, if delayed in the right manner, can't actually get the damage that you need to win the game. So by doing that, it meant that the bot was not able to do that, and CODEMAGIC Purple took it. Great plays.
It's such a different game going into the third bot, because for the first two, you can't just expect to delay, and still win. The bot's going to get in there and get its damage in one way or the other. But with the third bot, if you can end the game with the bot still alive, there's no more chance for it to punch. Great read there from CODEMAGIC Purple, doing exactly what they needed to do to keep that damage off their own safe and lead us now into set number 4. It's Tornado Ring in the heist mode.
Yeah, and this is where it's going to get really, really tense, because Tribe are close. They can smell it, they want it, and that's going to definitely open up the doors for them, I think, for a bit of a safe rush potentially, and that can go either way. So if they don't judge this correctly and they go in too aggressive too quickly, then CODEMAGIC Purple will even up the sets and take it to the 5th and final match set. So, you know, how do Tribe approach this? How do CODEMAGIC approach this? It's going to be interesting to see who goes on the mega aggressive and who goes on the defensive.
All right, we are starting off right now, Ark. Let's take a look at the brawler picks for each of these teams. I'm seeing relatively similar picks here. It's going to be B and Spike on both sides, but our two favorite big heavy brawlers for Heist, Daryl and Nita, are going to be dueling it out. Finally, a chance to find out which of these brawlers will reign supreme.
Yeah, keep an eye on Tom. We might have a Hyper Bear situation going on.
I can't see how we couldn't.
Spike, having said that, does do a great deal of damage when in close proximity to the safe with his gadgets. So look out for some serious damage being dealt by both Semantic and Sun Bentley. But I like these comps. It's going to be a close matchup for sure.
Looks like a lead for Tribe Gaming in the early stage of this game, but the roll in from Curse could deal a lot of damage. Troll! Wow, the double kill from Curse, and he's rolling all over this safe, flattens it. Now down to lower than half health. Tribe Gaming have taken a huge hit in the early game.
That is a huge blow early on. Great play from Curse to roll again with such low health. He knew he was going to die, so he used it to get the star power to get that additional damage while he could. There is the Hyper Bear we see from Tom. He is definitely running it. We would always assume so, but you never know. A great start for CODEMAGIC. Tribe in trouble in this round for sure.
A nice use of his gadget as well there. Tom using it to stun the enemy Cursed. He's going to send to the Hyper Bear now. It's right on top of the safe. It's going to be swiping away. That's going to be an opportunity for a lot of damage. Finally shutting it down, but at what cost? Down to 73% now. CODEMAGIC Purple finally taking some hits of their own, and Tribe Gaming trying to pull back into this game, which has really quickly become a mess for them. Just 1 minute left and behind by a pretty decisive amount. Tribe Gaming really need to turn things around and put the pedal to the metal.
Gotta say, they Tribe are no stranger to turnarounds in Heist. In this month's qualifier, we saw an amazing turnaround for Tribe when they faced off against Clash. So they are going to be composed in this situation. They've been here before, but it is a lot to come back for with only 30 seconds left. The question is now, can they get together at the top of this map and stay alive to get this final push?
Tom gets a nice kill, but he's going to have to be pushed back to try to heal back up. Cursed is making another charge in, but won't be rewarded this time. CODEMAGIC Purple are now in a tricky spot where Tribe has been able to suppress them time and again. It's going to be all up to them to get that final push in on the safe, but no! Tom taken out by the double team. Cursed is going to be able to play defense against Spen, and that's going to be all she wrote. The defenses have held up, and CODEMAGIC Purple will, for the 4th time in a row, take the first game win in the set.
My goodness me, actually at the end, that could have gone either way. That was actually very close. If Curse had gone down, I think Spain could have got some shots off potentially, but it doesn't matter. CODEMAGIC did what had to be done, and what a great place for them to find themselves in when it was looking so bleak. Tribe, remember, we're on match point, and now we might be going potentially to another game mode if they can secure this next game.
We'll be hopping into it very shortly. Beautiful comp from CODEMAGIC Purple that last time. Expect to see them coming back in once again with Daryl. I think that we have pretty definitively stated that he is at least as good as Nita as being the big heavy out in front for these Heist game modes. Is Tribe Gaming going to mix it up? No, they're going to be coming back with exactly the same thing the second time around, hoping beyond hope that they can stop this big heavy bot from rolling on in again.
For me, the comps felt good from both sides. There was it wasn't too one-sided, so it makes sense to go there again. I think Tom will be looking this time around to get more of a connection with Hyperbear and less shots being tanked upon CODEMAGIC's respawning. So that was definitely what's going to be on Tribe's mind is staying alive, staying collected as a team right at the top of this map to get this job done.
Tom catches Sun Bentley out of position, gets one hit on him, but won't commit to the push. Instead, he's going to get sent back himself. It's going to be a relative draw still as we move into the middle game. Only 4% damage taken off of CODEMAGIC Purple's safe, while Tribe Gaming have been able to hold onto their defenses pretty well. Spin LC is going to have difficulty over on the left side, though Twisty Twig getting a kill over on the left lane. B can deal a ton of damage to that safe from very far away. Got to be awfully careful with her positioning. She's going to stay up on that left side, and it looks like Tribe Gaming are just going to let her stay. And instead, she's going to go back on defense, gets taken down by Spen.
I gotta say, I loved Spen's plays there. He was slightly out of position, got a super back on himself to support with the takedown for Kirsten. It was very responsible there for a lot of the kills, which could be crucial here as Tom looking to gain his super. If he gets it, it could be devastating if Hyperbear connects, but it's forced back a little bit by CODEMAGIC's position.
Really good opportunity here for Tribe Gaming to get some damage in. Tom taking down one kill. Twisty Twig's finished off, but Curse is looking deadly. Rolls through, but it's a bear to catch him on the other side. Hyperbear deals a ton of damage, and with a stun, Twisty Twig is down as well. Tom swiping away the save. That's going to be a lead for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, a great play from Tom. Getting Hyperbear so important. Didn't use it straight on the safe, just using it actually really aggressively so to get a takedown on Curse and going again on Twisty.
Another one!
It's a fantastic play. He's got his super again. He can just keep cycling, use the gadget for the stun to get massive damage here.
Tom, a top-tier jungler for this Tribe Gaming setup. CODEMAGIC Purple reeling again and again. Can't find their hook and are going to be forced back by Tribe Gaming. Kill after kill. Tom is a running riot. Wow, what a showing from Tribe Gaming. Once again, pulling off the win in game number 2 of this set.
Yeah, I gotta say, I called it. That's exactly what Tom was looking to do, and do it he did with such style and panache. Getting those takedowns, you know, that's the thing. These pro players are not unaware of the effects of Hyperbear, but by using it to actually get the kills rather than the connection of the safe directly, he was able to clear up so much space, allowing for those pushes. And yeah, for me, absolutely MVP. But Spen with some great support as well. It was a definite Tribe onslaught that game.
I feel like a conspiracy theorist down in my basement connecting the dots on Pepe Sylvia here. How is it possible that CODEMAGIC Purple have won every game number 1, then Tribe Gaming have won every game number 2, and all 4 of these sets so far?
Yeah, it does make you wonder. It does make you wonder. But CODEMAGIC Purple still in very much of a chance here. Like we saw them adapt before. They've had a good round as well already. I think this could go to another game mode personally. I don't want to jinx it though. Anything can still happen.
Well, let's leave it up to the players to do what they do best. We're going to be moving back in with a relatively similar comp, but it's going to be a swap this time on the top from CODEMAGIC Purple. Cursed has finally bent the knee and said, you know what? I guess we're going to be playing Nita after all here. Tom is staying true to his Nita pick here. That Hyper Bear dealt so much damage in the last game, and Daryl might be good, but it seems like Nita is going to be the preferred pick on both sides in this tiebreaker of set number 4.
Definitely for me, by far the best decision that CODEMAGIC could have made there. And look at this already. This is a much different situation as we are seeing a lot of pressure placed upon Tribe. Semantic going down left side there is going to allow for a potential good amount. Yeah, it's going to be
wow.
super as well. My word, a lot of damage conceded by Tribe there.
Really heating up for CODEMAGIC Purple, a team that had seemed like they were in the gutter. They've picked themselves back up, dusted themselves off, and are on the path to victory. A huge lead in game number 3 now as they got a big early strike and are not letting up pressure at all. CODEMAGIC Purple, the Magicians, have pulled the sword from the stone and are using it with such great skill and precision against this Tribe Gaming team.
By far the most back-to-back intense game that we've seen today, and you know, at the minute it can still go away. Spen is right up on the safe and just trying to slow. They're not even Tribe are not even going for damage right now. They just need to get these kills and get them. They did. Tom could connect here as well. It's still everything to play for right now. There's a minute left to go, and anything can change.
Anita on her own can't deal that much damage, though. She really needs that Hyper Bear on safe to get this equalizer back up. Tom fires a few shots off, but he needs to get that supercharge. Tries to get a few hits on Curse, but not going to land the hits that he was looking for there. Tom now charging in, getting a few hits on Curse. There it goes! Hyper Bear!
Not
wipes
that
away.
much.
But yeah, denied pretty quickly there. Tom being forced back on defense. He needs more damage, though. He's down 18% to CODEMAGIC Purple, and there's only 20 seconds left.
I can't believe how defensive both teams are playing, going for kills more than actual damage here. But now this push in the final 15 seconds has surely got to tie it up for CODEMAGIC. It's got to be CODEMAGIC surely that win this round.
CODEMAGIC Purple, hot off their win in set number 3, have done it again in the 4th set, tying up this series overall against a Tribe Gaming team that seemed to be on a dominant rampage.
You couldn't write this, Woody. You could not write this. This is just insane.
You seem flabbergasted, Ark.
I am.
Have you ever seen anything like it?
I mean, this is going to be incredible to watch how this goes down now. But it's a really hard place. I've got to stress this. It is such a hard place to come back when you're down. And Tribe were just looking so aggressive from the outset. So to get to this stage, I think already you've got to commend CODEMAGIC. But now, I don't know what is going to happen now. I
don't even know how to make sense of these numbers. Look, Tribe Gaming stacking up so much more damage dealt, almost double the number of kills of CODEMAGIC Purple, and way more overall safe damage. But CODEMAGIC Purple just able to get enough in on the 1st and 3rd games that it doesn't really matter how badly they were beaten in game number 2.
Yeah, exactly that. It's kind of interesting that the damage to the safe can be so varied, because obviously Tribe got the complete wipe on the safe in the round which they won, and didn't do so well in the other one. So it actually works out there on the stats that they got more overall damage, but it doesn't matter when it comes down to the actual rounds themselves. And Bounty is a great game mode, can I just say, for a decider. This is gonna be crazy. Deeper Danger is the map. I can't even think what brawlers we're going to see right now.
The tiebreaker you have all been waiting for, the highest stakes match of all day today. The perhaps 2 closely matched teams, Tribe Gaming and CODEMAGIC Purple, each with a win so far today, but only one of them will emerge victorious in the European region. Which one will be ascendant, challenging Clash EU for the chance to get the ultimate victory?
Yeah, I think long range is going to come into play here, and I say that. Semantics popping out the Frank. What is life?
It's going to be tough for them to take the comeback here. Twisty Twig able to grab that star early on, gives CODEMAGIC Purple the lead.
Look at this. Semantic is able to be so tanky that he's already pushed back CODEMAGIC right into the back of their spawn. If he gets a super here, it could be a great place. And the heal as well, keeping him alive. This is such a unique...
Oh, that's super! The double kill! Semantic needs a lot of cover. Wow, there's no push from Sun Bentley, letting them get away with it. The 4-1 lead now for Tribe Gaming, and that Frank pick has paid so well. Another kill from Spen now, knocking him down. Takes a hit himself, but it's still going to be the lead for Tribe.
Yeah, a bit of a comeback potentially there for CODEMAGIC, but I'm sorry. Tribe have taken the rulebook and they just ripped it apart. Everything we know about what should be done is being changed before our eyes.
The playbook, not the rulebook, Ark.
I know the playbook. I can't even imagine seeing the last time I saw Frank in Bounty. It's just bizarre, but the pool...
Oh, wow.
The cancellation from the Frank gadget stopped the gene pool in motion. Oh
Very well done. Super heads-up play by Semantic. Had the perfect timing on that gadget use. You got to protect those 4 stars, man. If you give up that big of a lead this late in the game, I don't know if Tribe would be able to come back.
I cannot believe what we're seeing. The observations of these pro players.
The hill spins down. That's a tied game.
Will they go for the draw now?
I don't know. It looks like CODEMAGIC Purple's going to be retreating back up top, even though they've got a better long-range composition, if you ask me. The hook attempt from Curse is going to miss, but wow, he goes pretty far down. Lucky to defend and retreat on that. CODEMAGIC Purple seemed to have gone for all the marbles, but didn't get it to pay off that time. Draw in game number 1. The first time CODEMAGIC has not picked up the win in the first game.
Oh, what does that mean, Woody? What are you saying?
I don't know. Maybe they're starting to slip up. Except for the fact that they've won the past 2 sets in a row, so probably not.
I would like to see a slow motion, actually, as to whether Curse use of gadget at the end, that additional heal that he received, did actually prevent the star from crossing hands, because, yeah, that was great play from Semantic. Insane.
Brilliant use of the gadget there to ensure that he doesn't drop those stars early on. Wow, I mean, Frank's a pretty beefy dude. You usually don't want to pull him, but when you've got all 3 of your brawlers stacked up in one nice little pile, able to dish out a ton of damage in a very short amount of time, CODEMAGIC Purple had a good read there and were executing on their plan, but Tribe Gaming just so evenly matched, and they're going to be running it back again. Another use of Frank here. Can they pull off the victory that we have been waiting so long to see with Frank in Bounty?
It's just crazy to me. It's such a daring play, but I love this kind of stuff, I've got to say. I love keeping it fresh and mixing things up, and often, I imagine that at no point during CODEMAGIC scrims for any of these maps did they ever play a Frank on Bounty.
Bold flavor with a little bit of spice mixed in as well. Tribe Gaming doing their best to charge through this CODEMAGIC Purple line, but Twisty Twig's defenses have been on point. The MVP from game number 1, if you ask me, and following up really well in game number 2 now. CODEMAGIC Purple are playing exactly like they should. A menacing force to go up against. And once again, going to be able to get the pull there. Semantic goes down, and this is a dominant performance from CODEMAGIC Purple, now 7 stars to 0.
Really smart from CODEMAGIC. What they've done is they've huddled together and they've said, right, we're not going to change brawlers, but what we're going to do is we're going to take care of Semantic. We're going to focus our attention on him and take him down as a team before then focusing on everyone else. And it's working to perfection here. This is a solid round here for CODEMAGIC if they can continue to hold and not get spawn trapped.
You can't out-heal that burst damage. It looks like finally CODEMAGIC Purple have found the secret sauce to take this team down. Another pull on Semantic, and finally he's able to withstand the firepower, but no kills for either team. And Tribe Gaming are going to need a team wipe and then some to catch up in stars.
Yeah, I think it's still achievable if they can get this pinch and Semantic can super this, and Spen going down changes everything now. It's going to be really difficult to come back from this, if not impossible.
Wow, Tribe Gaming, go back to the drawing board, fellas. You guys had an amazing first couple of sets, but things have really turned around fast. CODEMAGIC Purple picking up the win now in this 5th and final set. Can Tribe Gaming do the unthinkable and get the turnaround that they have done so many times before, but with so much up stacked against them?
This would be so poetic if it happens. I mean, what do Tribe Gaming do now? Do they do the mirror match? Do they go with maybe a Piper or something and look to break some of these walls? And for me, the Poco pick is not really working for them. And that's what's the idea behind the Frank pick, is that the Poco will keep Frank alive. It wasn't working. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and really think through how they're going to approach this now to turn things around.
When you're relying on a Frank super that heavily to get the damage in, you just can't play it up against someone who's able to get the hook so reliably or just reposition out of range of the Frank. I gotta agree with you. The Frank and Poco picks are not working to Tribe's advantage here, and they have really got to rewrite the entire script on the fly if they want to have a chance at taking down this CODEMAGIC Purple team.
For me, Piper, Tick, and Brock would be ideal, especially if Curse continues to play Gene. Piper would be able to outrange it in that respect. I think we're actually going to go with the mirror comp. Jackie, Brock, Gene. I mean, when in doubt, go with the mirror comp, right?
Sounds like a good idea to me. They are both going to be playing to a T, the most well-known comp in this bounty setup. Still an advantage for CODEMAGIC Purple early on, grabbing that first star early on. But wow, Symantec actually is able to get the kill this time against the enemy Jackie. That's going to be a massive lead for Tribe Gaming, holding position in the middle. That court is now in session, and the judge will hear your arguments, but Tribe Gaming seems pretty certain about their victory now.
Really important to gain mid-control and deeper danger early on. The breaking of the bushes will change that now, but gotta say, worth to note as well, Tom is actually running full rocket. Sun Bentley is running Incendiary star power, so different Brock star powers could make a big difference here if Tom's able to kind of use that additional rocket to put more pressure on CODEMAGIC. I don't like, to be honest, Tribe's positioning here. They're pushed quite far back early on. That doesn't dwell well for me.
Oh, a nice kill there from CODEMAGIC, getting a beautiful pull in on Tom there. I gotta agree with you that the difference here between the star powers between these two Brocks is really going to give an advantage to CODEMAGIC Purple in terms of getting field control. It's all going to be up to Tom to get that damage out with the rocket number 4, and wow, he sure does right there, taking down the enemy Brock and giving them the lead once again.
Yeah, but our Tribe are going to go back to their old ways again and get spawned. They are being pushed back yet again. Sun Bentley has super going out, and Spen, it didn't connect as much as he would have liked. So maybe now with a good pull from Spen here, they might be able to secure a bit of a deeper lead here. 20 seconds left. It's going to be tight.
It looks like Symantec is trying to bait out that hook from Curse, but we haven't seen it go. Yeah, there it is! The hook from Curse kills Tom! That's a star lead for the CODEMAGIC Purple! Is it all over? No! The turnaround!
And the turnaround is amazing!
Tribe Gaming holding on to the lead, but can they stay alive? Symantec by the skin of his teeth escapes, and that will be a win for Tribe, tying up this final set. The whole shebang will be decided by one final game, Ark.
We're going the whole hog today, guys. This is all coming down to this next game. That ending, I want to watch that back later on slow motion, because honestly, that was ridiculous. Back and forth pulls from both Spen and Curse, and Symantec went down to a sliver of HP as well. It really, literally could have gone either way at any moment, but it comes down to this game, this next game. I need to lay down. I need to rest.
No laying down. We're getting into it already, Ark. The World Championship team from Tribe Gaming now defending their honor against these upstart ruffians. CODEMAGIC Purple leading them right now in the regional rankings. This fifth and final set will be decided by a tiebreaker, which has come so close. Can Tribe pull off the reverse sweep for the 3rd time?
That's with the pull, but the
pull is no good!
Devastating for CODEMAGIC. That pull did not do them any favors, and Symantec getting so much value from that situation.
Pulled a crocodile right into their swimming pool. Nicely done by Symantec, dishing out the damage so quickly there and giving Tribe a really big lead early on in this game. CODEMAGIC Purple are now desperate for a kill, firing away with rocket fire everywhere. They have been able to push Tribe back into their own spawn zone, but they need to get that hook if they're going to catch up.
Yeah, Spen's going to absolutely now be working together with Semantic to try to get these takedowns with a pull and Jackie's support, but Curse again will be looking to do exactly the same. So, you know, I don't like the position again by Tribe being so deep back in their spawn, but it might go into their favor if they can bait Curse. But the pull!
The pull! Nice job finishing off Tom there, but it's not going to be enough to get the star lead just yet. CODEMAGIC Purple have gotten one of their hits, but they need another one, and they need it now. There's not going to be a tie from just one kill on either side. That would be enough to pull ahead for CODEMAGIC Purple. They've been playing so aggressively, Ark.
Somebody's got super here, could be devastating if it connects. Curse gonna pull Semantic! Oh! The players to pull! That was not what Tribe wanted, and CODEMAGIC now with a devastating lead over Tribe.
That's gotta be it! CODEMAGIC Purple's victorious march is gonna be a path to victory on the way home, moving back into their spawn. Is there any way for Tribe to catch up? Only seconds left. CODEMAGIC Purple's defenses have held. They're gonna walk away with the win!
CODEMAGIC then are victorious, and it went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Oh. Is it over? Can I breathe now, Willie? Can I?
You can breathe. You can breathe. Take a rest. Young warrior. The fight is over. The battle is done. The mission accomplished for CODEMAGIC Purple. Losers of the first two sets, but winners in triumphant fashion of sets 3, 4, and 5. Picked up the game win on all 5 of their sets in game number 1, and finally delivered the killing blow against a Tribe Gaming team that seemed unstoppable. What an amazing story for today. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned in. We hope that you'll stay back for more action tomorrow, but until then, let's toss it over to Falcone.
That was one of the most insane matches of Brawl Stars that I have ever seen. I mean, Woody put it best when he said this was the highest stake match that we've seen. It went right the way to the final game, but in the end, CODEMAGIC Purple were able to hold on to their crown. And so therefore, our MVP is going to be Twisty Twick, who was insanely powerful throughout that entire series. You saw him playing Piper, BB, and B, thinking right the way back to Gem Grab at the beginning of that insane match. Twisty Twick had very careful gameplay, collecting the gems, escaping with Piper twice in a row in that. But look at that super, getting her out of there at the right time. And then just throughout the entire match, it was more of the same. It was a lot of consistency, a lot of getting that damage in. Jackie really coming in clutch there, pulling in the opponents, getting those important eliminations in Bounty. And in the end of what was the most insane Brawl Stars match I've ever seen, Twisty Twick and the team, CODEMAGIC Purple, were able to get it done. Okay, shall we take a look at the bracket, see what things are looking like now at the end of our first day of the June monthly finals? CODEMAGIC Purple, with a match score of 2-0 and a set score of 6-2, are taking your first place slot for Europe. But Tribe Gaming, what an insane performance. Europe is thought of as one of the strongest groups in Brawl Stars Esports, and Tribe coming in and having such a powerful performance in their first outing in a monthly finals. They are a team that we should be remembering, and they're a team that I hope we see again in the next few months. But there you have it. Our winners are CODEMAGIC Purple. They are taking home $9,000. Tribe Gaming taking home $6,000, and SK Gaming taking $4,000 for qualifying, which is still a very nice reward. And that is the prize money. Lots of money if you can win these things, and a well-deserved win that was for CODEMAGIC Purple. But let's sidestep away from money for a second and let's talk about points, because that is vital as CODEMAGIC Purple have overtaken Clash EU on the EU and MEA leaderboard with 250 points in first place, Clash in second with 230, and SK starting to lag a little bit behind there. Could have done with gaining a few more points here, 170. Tribe, though, pick it up and take the fourth place spot with 110 points. If they can continue as they have today and maybe even give that a little bit of a better performance next week, they could be blowing the EU and MEA region wide open. Honestly, this was a phenomenal match between these players. What a fantastic day of Brawl Stars action we have had. Tomorrow, we're going to have LATAM S and NA and LATAM N. We've got B4 Esports, INTZ, Blue, Tempo Storm, Red Button, and IX Circles, all throwing their hat in the ring to show what they've got, all fighting to be the winner of their group. We will be back tomorrow right here on this YouTube channel, the Brawl Stars YouTube channel, at 4 p.m. CEST. Make sure you've subscribed so that you know exactly when we're going to be live. But for now, we hope you've enjoyed the show. We'll see you tomorrow.